No.
Thank
We
you.
also
I wish I had a reverse Uno card though.
We also once we are officially live, we need to all sing to happy birthdays.
We are officially live right now.
Oh hi.
But there's nobody here yet.
No, but look, the one thing that I want for my birthday is for all of you to accept my love just this once. You can't go back on my birthday wish. You have to do it. You have to accept my love today.
Okay, I will forgo the reverse Uno this once.
Thank you.
And in return, I ask you just listen to this Mel Brooks inspiration from Passover. Once more.
Oh. Put on your sandals, Hebrews. We will not have time to break the bread for tomorrow. Just put the leftovers in the Pyrex. Tonight, we leave Egypt and set out for the Upper West Side. Our children and our children's children will remember tonight. They will tell the story of how we stood up to Pharaoh and how God helped us to be smart, to be educated, to stay in school, to go into finance, to, save, invest, maybe go on a vacation to the Adirondacks from time to time, but generally, be smart about your money, okay? And be free. Yes.
Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
For any of my viewers who are Jewish, I'm so sorry. But this is my favorite.
Sorry, Mel Brooks is a treasure.
Mel Brooks really is a treasure. And honestly, just seeing people have fun at their gatherings for their religion is amazing. To see how they're all having fun with this. I mean, as a pagan Wiccan, we done some weird shit. I've leapt over a bonfire twice. Straight up, running start on wet grass. I jumped over a bonfire twice. As long as you're having fun, man.
I printed out text from my ex on a bonfire.
Oh yeah, because like at Beltane, because today is Beltane, blessed be everybody, you can actually burn shit in the bonfire to get rid of it.
Yep.
Shit.
Today's the day to do it.
Wait.
No, Mitch, you cannot burn your whole ex on the bonfire. Then again, he's North.
Besides, that would be a barbecue.
That'd be a barbecue. It's a zinc.
I mean, honestly, it's fair enough that you had to tell Mitch not to do that, but it's pretty smart of you to tell me not to do that because
Hannah.
Do what now?
Hannah, you are a somewhat good Christian. Stay that way.
Yes, it is our tradition to burn our exes and our pictures and or messages from our exes.
Fine, good Christian. Let's be honest.
Define good.
We have cake.
Define good.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
My definition is I love Jesus and I'm not an asshole. That's my definition of a good Christian.
Yeah.
I'll gladly take that title.
Yep. That you definitely qualify.
My definition of a good Christian is one who loves thy neighbor.
One who's not a dick.
It's not a dick. Not being a dick is definitely a qualification.
Don't be a dick.
Well, nobody tells Zeus that because he literally is a dick.
Yeah.
His symbol is a
And a
phallus. And a swan.
And
And swans are dicks! Swans are dicks!
I remember that comic.
Oh.
Like, I am horny. I must get some mortal pussy. And he flies down to Earth as a swan. Like, behold, for I am Zeus. You mortal chicks like swans, right? He is one of the most laid gods in the history, but in all of the pantheon. But he is, knows the least about how women work.
He is
Speaking of Greek mythology, Disney discussed recently they're going to do a live remake of Hercules.
Yeah.
I will only watch it on 2 conditions, and I have them listed here on Facebook. These are the 2 conditions on which I shall watch the new Hercules. Condition number 1. the muses must be casted perfectly. Here are my suggestions.
Guys, I will
Lizzo.
be right back, okay?
Okie dokie.
Alrighty.
Alright. Here are my suggestions for the muses. Lizzo, Queen Latifah, Beyonce, Rihanna, and Anika Noni Rose. If at least one of those women get casted as one of the muses, I will watch it. Reason and condition number 2. Only Danny DeVito can be Phil.
Yes.
If they cast anyone else, I'm done.
It won't
Just-
work.
Well,
That'd
even
be
riot.
if they do Phil as CGI, he has to be voiced by Danny DeVito.
He has to.
He was the original voice. I mean, how
Yeah.
can you not?
Actually, my perfect casting for the muses would be their original voice actresses, who were also the stand-ins for the mocap.
Yeah.
Get those queens in there.
Ba-da-da. We are the
Bless
muses.
my soul, her was on a roll. Holy
If I
shit,
don't,
should
if
post
I
a
don't
Facebook
feel the
Live
Disney
live.
magic that first bless my soul, I am going to riot. I'm also having alcohol
Same.
because with the emotional roller coaster that I know at least I might be going through tonight, I'm going to need it.
I think all of us are gonna get crushed.
I've
Uh,
already had.
Alright, I'm posting to
lot
our
today.
Facebook page that we are live, and I'm gonna post it to Twitter as well, and then I'll get going with announcements.
Bless my soul,
So,
bird was on a roll.
hi, baby. That was gross.
Jeez.
Sorry.
Is it wrong that I'm looking at gothic punk stuff for Flortma's clothes?
No!
Perfect.
No.
I get the
That is
feeling he
Doesn't they have
is
a wing?
he's like gothic Egyptian aesthetic. That's what I get from him.
Egypt goth.
Yeah,
Go
Egypt
on.
goth. Like
Brian,
everything has black sequins and jackals on it for him.
Now, for college AU Florma, goth punk is definitely the aesthetic.
Yes.
doesn't
wait.
Jay have a wig?
Um,
Jay has got to have like a black wig somewhere.
Jay does not have a black wing.
I don't believe that for a second. He is such a
That
power
line
bottom.
bitch is keeping us. I don't know this person. I'm sorry.
Didn't we agree that Flortma and Devotion were professors in college AU?
I don't remember.
Okay, but here's the thing. Florma's a really cool professor.
I imagine Flortma as the professor who only dresses in all black suits, black suit, black waistcoat, black shirt, just all of it.
Pretty much.
Plot twist, he's Hades.
I'm out.
Yeah, Devotion probably be
Let me.
law professor. If anything.
Mm.
Oh, I no. Devotion was intended to be a substitute teacher for he was a guest speaker about FBI investigations from the perspective of someone who was formerly in the mafia. Like he went from mafia member to FBI because he ratted them out and then learned how to prosecute them because they turned on whatever reason. So and then he became a permanent staple. It was like, okay, so here's the problem. We just lost a teacher because through your investigation we found out one of our teachers was working for the mob. Can you fill the slot? He just, all right, what will I be teaching? Art. Excuse me?
Did they make
He
him
is
an author?
vastly overqualified for whatever job.
I'm telling you now, most art teachers are. You get occasional good art teachers, but I'm telling you now, most art teachers are pretentious, or they just do not want to be there because they hate
Okay.
children.
Let me stop you there, because my art teacher in high school was a fucking badass. He was a football coach.
High school ones usually good. College ones.
Yeah. I didn't do art in college, but actually my art history professor was pretty cool. But my high school art teacher, my senior year, he was also one of the football coaches. There was a fight that had broken out in front of his classroom before class started between two girls. My teacher was walking out of the bathroom just then as one girl threw the first punch. He just swiftly grabbed her, held her against the wall, and was like, "Stop!" and waited for the patrol officers at our school to come and help break up the fight. He's not afraid to get in the middle of a cat fight. And also, poor soul witnessed me near damn break my nose against his classroom door. In my defense, we had painted murals on the ceiling of the classroom, and one of them was supposed to be a shotgun barrel that whichever point of the room you're in, when you're looking at it, it's pointing right at you. It's an optical illusion kind of painting. So I was testing that out as I was walking out. I looked back up to see what I was doing. I was like, ah, cool. Turn. Straight in front of me was no longer holding the door open. Bam! My nose started bleeding. Coach looks over to me. Willis, you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. He's like, come on, let's get you to the nurse's office. I'm like, okay. I had a bruised nose that night, but I still made it to the football game to perform for marching band. Making sure everything's getting posted, that we're going live.
I hated my art teacher. Like, she kept telling it, she said this out loud. I was like, I really hate children. And I'm like, then why are you teaching in a school? If you hate children.
You picked a terrible career path.
Oh my god.
This is not the career path for you, boo-boo.
Nope.
Miss Ty. I will never forget that name because she was an absolute cunt.
I'm sorry. Are we all ignoring the Leo face?
Wait.
Hello, mortals. I am the mighty Lord Leo.
AJ, clip that!
Mother! I
Mother violence!
Oh.
You distract mother from me.
My art teacher, her name was Mrs. Mann, and she was the coolest.
Mrs. Mann?
Mrs. Mann. She
Ours was Mrs. Hay. And as far as the worst teacher, Mrs. Hay.
Whose phone was that?
Ooh.
That was mine, sorry.
I love that.
Oh, Lord, she fell asleep in class no less than 6 times. One time, she fell asleep at her desk and then woke up to yell at only one girl for talking. The entire class was chit-chatting. She woke up, she looked at one particular girl, who she already had it out for, and yelled at her for talking in class, and we're like, the entire class was like, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah, we were terrified because she not only was still teaching there the next year at the start, she had followed us up a grade for all of 3 days. She was fired, and our substitute teacher became a permanent teacher.
Oof.
He was only supposed to be there for a couple of like a month maybe, but they're like, the kids really seem to like you, and you're actually doing really good. You want to just teach here all the time? And he's just like, I mean, I guess sure. The cheerleaders made a board. He's a big Fighting Illini fan, so they made him a board, the wins and losses of the. We always knew how class was going to go depending on what was on the board. If they lost, we were having a rough day in class. But sometimes when they won, we got to have a movie day.
Alright, we're now 13 minutes in. Hello, everybody, all of our 2 viewers right now. Welcome to Gem Kingdom Chronicles. I'm turned to page 394 here with Aki Obsession, Bard of the Midwest, Ben of Might, MN Chief, Brian T, Alpha Hannah Cosplay, Bryce Hustley's, and Bridgie Lee. Welcome to episode 17. Holy shit. Yeah, and once more, we did put a viewer discretion advised warning in our title because Ben has some feels planned for all of us tonight.
As if that outfit isn't enough of a fucking threat.
Yeah. As you can see, most of us are actually dressed up in something that is related to our characters, or we're dressed exactly like our characters. Yep.
I am an NPC that we have not yet seen in person, but that I really like to cosplay because they're a lot of fun.
Yeah, they're terrifying.
It's good to be spoopy.
Yeah.
Beg pardon?
So, And to get on to some quick announcements, as always, we have our Teespring store. We just had the GKC official poster uploaded recently. Artwork was done by our lovely Hannah. And that can come in posters, I think. I think we have maybe one t-shirt, I'm not sure. Mugs, stickers. I wasn't able to make a lot of products from it because I couldn't enlarge the photo without ruining the quality. But we do have more merch planned in the future. Definitely the What Did You Do Flortma shirt is in the talks right now. We got to get to work on that. I still have to finish our last 3 character t-shirts. Once I get my art muse back, I've been fighting to get it back for like the past 3 months. But everybody has a lot of different like t-shirt ideas. Like we have quotes t-shirts we want to think about making. Other like little knickknacks and stickers. We're working on it, but yeah, we have our Teespring store, and we also have our new Facebook page that Sarah set up for us a couple nights ago. You can follow us on Facebook at Gem Kingdom Chronicles. It's the same handle we use for Instagram. You can access the store there, and you can post visitor posts if you wish, and it's also where we upload most of our fan fiction now. Mostly so that we can collect it together, that I can upload it to Wattpad, but we also just directly post it to the Facebook as well. So if you want to see player-written stories about all of our characters, we post them there. If you want to comment, send in your own fan fiction, your own fan art, we accept that, and we will post it on the Facebook page.
What?
What?
Nani?
Apparently it's none of Dog's business tonight. That I'm actually kind of... I feel bad for Dog. Dog is good.
We just killed Bridget.
My bad, I thought I was muted.
It's okay. It's
I was
okay.
like, what? Also, I have just thought up of a great piece of merch. It is of Dayron looking confused as Sierra is giving him a bent in half crushing hug with the title "Emotional Support Bandit." It's the biggest hug. He's like, affection? What is this? And she's just beaming, smiling. It would be really cute.
I thought of having one of Sierra just tombstoning on the ground. And the caption is, "Too tired for this shit."
The emotional support bandit in the back.
I honestly
heavy concern.
I need. This is a plan. Hopefully, if I can actually make myself sit down and do it, I want to draw silhouettes of all of the characters individually, like just their profiles and silhouettes, with the inside of their silhouette being their respective flower that Isla had done them.
Yes.
So
you could easily like do that and then like find the flowers on like image stock or something.
Yeah.
That would be so cool. All
I
right.
need to work on a picture of Sutha with a battle axe and a horse head.
Yes.
Just being held.
I was actually thinking like we could do a joke on that and just like have, I don't, like, honestly, this wouldn't be a t-shirt or anything. This would just be like a comic strip of like a horse head in someone's bed and Sutha just like hiding behind the door.
Yeah, Isla's mom back at her home, rolling over, finding the horse head, looking over. Sutha's like behind the door, like.
Yeah. So as you can see, we have merch ideas that we want to work on. We just have to pull our heads out of our asses and work on them.
Yep.
I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. I know Sarah has an update for her Society 6 store. If you want to talk about that real quick, I will be right back.
Muted.
I can do that. I have added more pictures that are available in pretty much everything. And one of them is actually not a photograph, it's splatter art because I was bored and playing around on Photoshop. And that one's available in literally everything, including picnic blankets, because I got to pick its own size because it's my own canvas. So yeah, that's fun.
Nice.
But yeah, getting to play, since no one's outside, I get to just like go on walks and see people's gardens. It's fun.
Break into people's gardens.
I have two things. Okay,
Yes?
so I know everybody else is in some sort of cosplay. I am not. Reason being,
That's fine.
I got a Poison Ivy cosplay today.
Ooh.
And when I tried it on, it's completely sequins, so it scratched the shit out of my arms.
Ooh.
And now my arms are kind of burning.
Oh, honey, it's
Are you
fine.
okay?
There's Poison Ivy on it. I'm not sure, but I like have little hives going on my arm now. That's super fun.
Owie.
Second announcement. Nobody said it yet, so I'm gonna say it now. Well, you might have said it, and I just wasn't here, but I'm gonna say it regardless. Happy birthday, Hannah.
Thank you. And this
Guys,
happy birthday.
1, 2, 3. Happy
Happy
birthday to
to
you.
I love how the
Happy
lights
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
We
you.
still love you.
Happy
birthday,
birthday, dear
dear
Hannah.
Happy birthday
to
to
you. And many more. That was the
I love
Zoom.
you guys.
Zoom
I
was
was
both
good.
great and horrible at synchronizing
I was
everybody up.
muted it. fully.
Right.
Oh yeah.
It's like
AJ,
fighting
quit
to
that
figure out who
shit.
to. It's like desperately fighting to try to figure out which audio to play, so it just like rapidly cycles through all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, AJ, we saw what you got, Bridget.
Mm-hmm.
They were so pretty.
Let
Oh,
us
right.
see. Let us see the shiny click clacks in person. Ooh. And what kind of dice are those again?
Plastic.
Oh, I thought they were quartz for a moment.
No, they have little I want to say sprinkles of like sparkles in them, but the sparkles
Ooh.
are like rainbowy, so it gives it that like.
Like hollow look.
From the picture, I thought it was opalite.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was too.
I actually thought they were made of a stone, but I'm perfectly happy with them being plastic because the ones that I had that are made of stone, someone spent $60 on. So
Ooh.
I'm okay with these being $10, but AJ, I'm still mad at you.
AJ, stop buying us shit for the love of fucking God.
He also got me the gloves for my Poison Ivy cosplay, which I actually didn't know that the cosplay I bought had gloves that came with it, but because the gloves are what caused the issue, I'm going to be using the ones that AJ got me anyway. So thank you, AJ. I'm still mad at you.
Also,
Deeply appreciated.
Gonna win. We're going to be appreciative of what you do. We will still yell at you. There is no escape.
Also, to the two individuals who sent me like $60 on Ko-fi the other day, thank you, but why?
Because
one of
you
my
deserve
favorite-
all the love and support in the world.
I forgot I even had a Ko-fi for a bit.
One of my favorite.
Because I had my savings fund for my Twi'lek cosplay on there, and I have the money for it, so I'm gonna take away my campaign. So stop sending me money on Ko-fi, guys. Save it. This is a pandemic.
One of my favorite streamers and YouTubers, Tier of Grace. So many colorful insults I get out of that man. On his streams, he has it on his little stream device. He has a command where people start donating far from sensible amounts of money. It's several stop signs appear all of a sudden, like stop, and then it's the JonTron, stop. And it's we need something like that, like stop. Do it again.
I need to set up more like singular sort of donation things here on Streamlabs. I have a couple. Like there's one, if you send me like $10, I just talk like Pikachu for a minute.
Aw.
And a Pikachu emoji pops up. Like I've had that happen. I had to talk like Pikachu for a minute. But I know Kanoa Daddy has personalized donation stuff. And here's a fun fact. If you send him $13.13, something really fucking funny happens.
Good to know.
He will hate you, but it's... Back when I watched him all the time and I had free money to spend, I would constantly spam him with 1313. He's like, Paige, stop. Just go onto his stream and donate $13.13 or 1313 bits, and you'll see what happens.
What I have for Drax merch is Drax just looking stoic, deadpan, like really pissed off, covered in arterial spray, and all the caption is seriously, again.
Yes.
Yes.
I need to do that.
Okay, so there's seriously again, what did you do? Emotional support bandit, too tired for the shit tombstone. We need to have just one of Zinc with a disco ball. It just goes dancing lights. and then Suzu with the horse head.
No. The one for Zinc, not just dancing lights. It's dancing lights, but lights is crossed through, and it says Queen at the bottom.
Dancing Queen.
Zinc.
Yes.
Unicorn behind him, dancing lights in front of him, and saying, "You're a fucking unicorn."
You're a fucking unicorn.
Canter, canter, canter.
Canter.
Zinc's got multiple catchphrases.
Also, whipped cream.
Whipped cream.
Just so anyone knows, I'm mostly keeping muted because I have a box of crickets behind me that will not shut up.
Well, it's nighttime.
I'm about to feed them to the fucking gecko.
I know, but it's nighttime. It's time for them to sing.
I can't figure out which ones are the ones being noisy. And she already has 3 in her home that she hasn't eaten yet.
Do you have somewhere slightly warm that you could place them? Because they sing less as they get warmer.
It's pretty warm here. I'm about to stick them in the basement.
Do it. Do it. I want to hear your beautiful voice.
I also have a small announcement, and this is very out of keeping with my whole thing here. But I still have a YouTube channel, so if you want to see the point and click games, go there.
Yes, go follow Ben's YouTube channel. You post the link to your Instagram and your TikTok all the time, right?
Yeah, the link is in both of those bios, so you can find it easy.
So I follow him. Actually, it's at Bethany of Might is the handle. But if you go follow his accounts there, you'll get the links to his YouTube.
Yeah, which would be Coops of Might.
Yeah. No. AJ's here. Hey, AJ, you're in fucking trouble, but we love you. Yeah.
What else is new, to be fair?
So you said Ben Coops is for the YouTube?
B Coops.
B Coops.
BKOOPS. Yeah.
BKOOPS. Look him up on YouTube. He uploads fun game stuff. You do like Stardew Valley and everything, right?
Yeah, I did some Stardew Valley. I figured out how to edit more of it. Right now, I've been playing through an actual like story game called Enigmatis. It's a mystery point and click like figure shit out game. It's a lot of fun.
If you want to, share it to the Facebook page as well.
I will do that. That's a good one.
And if it's okay with everyone else who has Twitch is here. If you want to share your Twitch account to the Facebook page, go right ahead. Just to like get your Twitch account out there. Because I know Mitch is starting up on his. I know Bard has his as well.
I need to do more.
Yeah. Okay. What?
I was gonna say. I'm close to finishing Doom Eternal, even though it's gonna cause me a fucking aneurysm. Also, in a bit of gaming news, a new Assassin's Creed has been announced, and I'm so and as soon as that comes out, you better believe your fucking asses I'm streaming that shit.
I will watch with great enthusiasm.
Last time I tried to play Assassin's Creed was Black Flags, and my computer just could not handle it, but I loved it. If Valhalla comes out on Xbox, I will definitely get it for Xbox and stream it on there. So I just a Viking video game. We had pirates, we've had gladiators, we now have Vikings. Ah!
I get to play my peoples. Yes.
And do all the stabbing.
But apart from that, that's it.
All right.
So,
that's it for my end of announcements. Anyone else have any quick announcements before Hannah does her regular?
I have one.
Yes.
My one-shot Legacy of Naraya will be coming out somewhat soonish. I will be going over again, releasing the racing class list probably in the next couple of days. I have almost everything done. I just need to adjust um, encounter levels because I just hey, what would be fun? This would be fun. Checks the challenge encounter, the challenge rating. Like oh no. So I have to replace something because I'm like, oh yeah, this would be cool. This fits with the theme. CR20 encounter.
That is.
They're gonna be level 3. I don't think that's gonna be all that great.
That is a threat.
That is a little bit of a threat. So yeah, I have to do some adjustments, but the campaign it will be Legacy of Naraya. The one-shot's title is Reclaiming a New World, and it will find our adventurers enticed to go on a dangerous and exciting venture of making the first settlement in a new world by taking a mysterious artifact and placing it from whence it came, which is the new world, or as it is known in the ancient stories, the Isle of the Gods. And that will be their adventure. They will travel to the island, they will face many trials, they will do the thing, and then if they are willing, I will make their characters foundational NPCs in the main campaign. So that they can help me build the world and flesh it out, giving people more personality. So that should be coming soon. I will be offering it first to my lovely Gen Kingdom family. I also know we have some things we're doing some Humblewoods. We're doing Septum Ortums. We're also doing at some point soon, hopefully, Pandora's. And hopefully, once we all have a nice schedule, a free night, we will have episode 2 of the Pages dungeon adventure. So there's a lot there. So I'm well my turn, but I'm very excited to be able to share my stuff with my friends.
This is exactly why I've put my own homebrew on hold, because all this shit. I haven't even decided what color grass I want in this world. That's how far behind on development I am.
That is just fair. Especially if you want it to be not green. See, that's the thing with grass. If you want the grass to be a weird color, anything but green, then becomes a problem. Like, what color is the grass?
Yeah.
Yes. But I'm sure that is going to be absolutely fantastic as well. That is all my announcements.
I had a quick question for the DM. Could we roll to see if we level up?
No.
You
guys got like 4 levels in 2 weeks. No, you're gonna be level 9 for a while.
I was gonna say, do you want me to bring out my? I'm calling this die Taliesin, purely because.
All right. If that's all of it for announcements, Hannah, take it away.
Y'all can't stop me this time. You guys have to. It's for my birthday present. I want you guys to accept the love. Okay? Are we all agreed? Okay.
No fingers crossed at all.
I love you so much. You guys are amazing, and you guys are fantastic. You're creative, you're smart, you're intelligent. You all mean so much to me. I care about you. And you guys, you have no idea how much you guys mean to me. And I'm so incredibly glad to have you guys here in my life, and especially playing this game tonight on my birthday. So thank you. I love 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 you unconditionally. Okay?
We love you too, Hannah.
Love you too.
We love you too, Hannah.
Also, right before we start, as it has been said, it is Hannah's birthday. Everyone?
Oh, we already sang.
Oh, yeah, we
And it did not sync
It
up
did not
well.
sync up
Did
well.
I did not
well.
think we did sing.
It was a disaster.
Yeah, to wish the Hannah happy
It's
birthday
the
from
only reason that we're like, maybe not again.
Maybe not again.
Zoom doesn't know
fair.
what to do when multiple.
By the
people
way,
talk.
AJ, good luck trying to find that and clip that. Also, there's a part where Leo showed up that needs to be clipped as well. It's like right in like
Yeah.
the first 3 minutes. Leo decided he wanted to take over the camera. There he is!
Once again, I am Lord Leo.
Oh look, there's God.
I want to scratch that chin.
What are you fuckers doing?
If that is the last thing I see before I die, I will be content with my life.
Oh, yeah.
Hello. Oh no.
If the last thing I see before I pass on from this world to the next is a cat looking down at me, I'm content with life.
When
I will be right back. I'm going to get ibuprofen because I'm getting a headache.
Okay. If you have to get last minute snackies or medicines or whatever, grab it real quickly before I have to hand the reins over to the Overlord. Who is dressed like an Overlord. And
I'm trying to just
stop with that look! Oh my god!
I have so
Ben?
It's so much more effective with this makeup, and this makeup's really minimal.
Ben,
If this
don't
just
make
got
me.
high.
I swear by all the gods.
I have a sword and I'm not afraid to use it.
It really
I have
does
a-
so bad.
Don't fuck with me! I have the power of God and enemy on my side!
Which one's
I would
the
like to
right one?
rage!
Gelato. I will pay you in gelato. I literally spent $30 on ice cream today.
Gelato is amazing.
I've got the shield though.
So just keep it-
Yes! Shield!
no gelato.
Okay. I got to have gelato when I was in Florence, Italy. There was a gelateria that had like 50 flavors. I was just like, I'm in heaven.
The Genitarium.
Gelatarium. Okay. Okay. Everybody's here. Darren's looking nervous.
We're all a little bit nervous.
I'm trying to pour my soda in this giant freaking mug, and it's just
Wait, does it stop? When does it end?
That was
so loud.
that was me earlier pouring my mug in. I was just like, when does it end? Okay.
Or within the dice skull.
Without further ado, let us dive into tonight's episode of Gem Kingdom Chronicles. Then,
I was about to say, do we even want to attempt to try somebody else doing a recap?
the DM does the recap.
All right. So, what we had encountered so far. You guys have finally made your way to Timber. Finally, because I know it took a long time because there was a lot of shit going down. On the way to Timber, when you guys were leaving Jim's Garden after successfully saving the memories of Deeran's fellow assassins and friends who have now fucked off to Pendalin because fuck this place. I don't blame them. So, since on the day that you guys left, you were chased down and confronted by a couple of mercenaries and a woman who looked a lot like Isla, but who was batshit crazy. And you had to deal with that. And it was very upsetting for everybody. Quite honestly, and resulted in a lovely new scar for Sierra, poor baby. So
She got hers in return.
it's very true. But you guys did manage to leave Isla's mom alive, just thoroughly cowed and without her shoes, and needing to make her way back to the town.
I regret nothing.
No, it's fine. Just making sure we remember without her shoes and with one hit point to her name.
Where I love that.
She's gonna step on a really sharp rock and lose that hit point. Just
Yeah.
crash on her
Fine.
down.
Fine.
Gosh, and you guys sufficiently cowed the bounty hunters, so that they were like, you know what, this is not what we fucking signed up for. Deuces, and they left you the money that she had paid them, which I believe you guys did accept. I don't know if you divided it equally because I don't know if everybody actually wanted any, but you have it.
I don't know if it's been divided yet.
No, we didn't do it in the game. We did it via message afterwards because I was going to, but I didn't want to interrupt anyone's roleplay. The only thing I did not divide is the money that I stole from her mother. I still have that.
Ah, yes.
And you also have an extra 100 gold in your pouch.
Everyone has 100
well,
gold.
You have an extra 100 gold because I passed a sleight of hand check.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. So let's see. I've also got here. Sierra has a very small moment with the Raven Queen where she just goes, "You are interesting," and then in the wind.
I made friends with a bird.
So yes. Deeren sent a raven with sending stones to Raylan Xander, so now that they also have one. You guys have just got like a collection of these between all of you.
I have one that we haven't tried yet. That I'm pretty sure goes to the big bad. I still have one that hasn't even been used yet.
Yeah, yet.
Yeah.
Goodness. Let's see. Deeren also got a job for the night at a local frequented tavern to try and get some info about like some local goings on. And you also talked to the mayoral prospector of Timber, who is still here. He hasn't left yet, or she hasn't left.
Yeah.
She. There we go. And she told you guys that the forest would respond better if you respect it and offer it the level of like love that it deserves for like what it does for the kingdom. They have had some bad luck with recent shipments being molded and soft and like just gross as shit. She wants to stop it from continuing to happen, but she has no idea like what's causing it because it just happens randomly in their patches of like the designated places where like you log here for this part of the year, you log here for this part of the year. You have to cycle these things out. And because of everything that goes on in the forest, Timber tends to stick to like the outer day's travel edge of the forest as a whole, because it's just not worth it to try to go further in and like damage things to remove them. It's just not worth it. They learned that the hard way when Timber was first founded. It was a whole thing. So she also tells you guys that there is a crossroads that these centaurs are on the other side of. So there's a symbol that you'll be following that kind of demarcates the centaur territories. It's 4 hooves that are turned in toward each other, kind of to make like a sort of cross, like they don't overlap. Let me try and describe what I'm thinking of here.
A clover kind of thing?
Huh?
A clover kind of thing?
Kind of. It's like like that.
Okay, yeah.
There we go. Like more like I guess like a diamond, but made out of like horse hoof actual shapes. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah. So you guys have got like a pretty decent bearing of like where you're going. The main path that they use to get to that crossroads is one that they travel pretty frequently. So it's not going to take any trouble at all to actually get to that point. After that's where it's going to be a bit more of trail, like literal trail blazing, but without the machete. If you try to actually use a machete, the forest will make you very, very sorry that you're alive. At least that's what you've gathered from the locals. So yeah. So I know that Sierra had mentioned that she was just gonna make sure to send Adrian a piece of something. You
Yeah.
can get some pretty cool pieces of like petrified wood out of here, and of course, this is like the only place you can really get that.
I want to get a carving of a cat out of petrified wood.
Cool. Oh, I guess technically you could also get amber here because trees.
Can I get an
Sorry,
amber?
just thought about that.
Can I get a carving of a cat out of amber?
Yes.
Okay, how much is that going to cost me? Along with postal.
I mean, it's a negligible amount to send it through the post, so don't worry about that. I'm not gonna charge you guys for stamps.
But how much is the cat going to cost me?
Oh, sorry, that's what you asked. Not
Yeah.
words.
I have to buy things. I don't steal everything.
That's fine. I don't know why. I was just like, yeah, okay, cool. And then I thought you legit asked, like, so how much is that going to be to ship it? And I was like,
I mean, it does cost to ship it too. I'm trying to be a good citizen despite being a thief.
I am an adult, despite all attempts to prove otherwise. Okay, the carving that you get is a pretty good one, honestly. I think it'd be about 10 gold.
Ooh, that is a really good carving. Holy shit.
That's a good one. It's like it's that really good high quality amber, and it also has like specifically because these always cost more. It has a really interesting kind of jeweled bug that's set in the center of the cat's forehead.
Ooh.
Trapped in the amber.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is that's how it is in the real life. Is amber that actually has stuff in it is generally worth more because it's more special.
Yep.
Harder to get.
Okay, so 10 gold to buy it and just slip it into the mail somehow.
Yeah. Like I said, the actual shipping cost is negligible. The actual cost of product to buy is what we were asking about.
Yep.
Words are hard.
Mail is free.
You can't hear any of this, right?
Nope.
No, I can't hear anything from you.
Because it is all I hear.
The crickets?
Send them to the basement.
No, I think I know which one it is. You fucker.
We're about to witness animal abuse.
No crickets were harmed in the making of this episode. Probably.
We just see a shady rogue in the background with a jar of crickets. It's like Dragon Age jar of bees, but it's crickets. Ooh, she killing.
Ass back here.
Instead of bees, it's crickets?
Feeding my animal.
Go in there.
Insect abuse.
I wonder if you like spray them with like cooking spray, if like they just won't get the friction to make that noise, and then they'll be marinated for the.
Is she eating it?
Oh, she's on the hunt. Oh my god. She was asleep.
She's like, fuck those other three. I'm gonna get this bitch.
This one's loud.
My nap. No, you die.
After a while, they realize where they can go so that she doesn't really notice them. But when they first get in there, they explore. And she goes, what?
Is it dead?
Oh, not yet. She's being a lazy bitch.
Those of you who don't know, Sarah has a gecko who is kind of our mascot for Gary.
She's been through a lot yesterday because
because you moved her.
I moved her from one room to the next. I changed all of her substrate. I cleaned her dishes. I cleaned her hides. She doesn't like when I change her substrate. Even though I wait the appropriate amount of time before I put her in there, she like immediately jumps on her hides and doesn't touch the ground. Glares at me.
How dare you,
Mother. Mother, this is not my home.
And her heating pad died. So she's depending only on the heat lamp right now, which is sufficient, but she's like not getting the daily warmth she's used to.
Mother, I require warm cuddles.
No.
Mother, I crave violence.
She does not like the warm cuddles. She's like, get off me.
Sassy girl.
Yes.
It's Leo. Is it Leo?
There's a Leo!
So, does anybody else want to do anything in Timber before y'all go into the forest proper?
Yes, I do.
What?
So since Isla bought the red dress, she wants to go to Sierra to find her.
Mhm.
And once she does, she's gonna like hold onto her shoulder, because obviously blind. And say, Sierra, can you do me a favor? I need some help.
What is it, dear?
I just bought this red dress, and I think it would be really pretty, but the only makeup that I have is purple, and I don't have any that would go
And
with
I just hold a finger up to her lips. Don't worry, I've got you. And I guide her to sit in a chair. Just hold still, alright? And I just immediately get to work on doing her makeup.
And as we can see, she looks lovely.
Yes.
I'm good at what I fucking do, okay? Like, if this world had a version of Ulta, Sierra would be the top employee there.
Oh yeah.
Fair.
Because fuck Sephora.
We're in the door at. Oh.
Fuck Mac as well.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I was just like, I don't know that one. Continuing. I don't.
He's going to do his morning prayers, which involves summoning his sword and holding it in the air, which to people around him may seem a bit weird, but he does that, and he says his oath in Celestial, which also sounds weird in the middle of a bump of woods. But yeah, he does his communing with Tyr.
Oh yeah, at least a couple of the clerics, like the actual like clerics that are at some of the temples here would know it and would give you a nice wide berth because you're doing your thing. But some of the townspeople are just like, fuck that guy, okay.
Giant demon man saying things in Celestial. What the fuck is up today?
Yeah. Although to be fair, Celestial sounds a lot just prettier than Infernal or Abyssal, for example. So it doesn't sound quite as threatening. Just on its face level. Yeah. So it's just
like he's trying to summon a demon in the middle of town.
I do make one more stop by the Raven Queen's temple before we head in to the forest. Just to do check-in, light some candles, just snuggle the raven that visited me yesterday. I'm pretty sure it lands on my shoulder as soon as I arrive.
I probably should also spend 300 gold on a diamond.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just to have.
Yeah, to have.
Yeah, you'll probably have to go to like the actual magic shop, since that would be where any like big name spell components would be. But you can definitely get one for 300 gold. Like a nice.
Sierra would go just to check and make sure that it is 300 gold, because she knows, but based off the look of a gem, how much it should cost.
That's fair.
And to make sure he doesn't get swindled.
No, totally fair. In the temple, by the way, you got like a nice kind of suffused sense of warmth when you went in that kind of was just like, yes, hello, glad you're here. Go. Go.
It's just the fucking bird saying that to me. Like, okay.
Actually, no, because it's a fucking raven. You know what it does? It looks you square in the face and goes, hello? And then pops away because they can speak.
Hello. This is very weird. This was all new to me, but hello. Yeah, do that. Help Flortma by the diamond. Help Isla with her makeup and help her get dressed.
Yeah, I was about to say once Sierra helps finish Isla's makeup, Isla will put on the red dress.
Ooh, that's such a stunning color on you, dear.
Really?
Any particular reason you chose red?
Well, I mean, I like all colors, and I mean, I've been wearing purple for a long time, so I don't know. I just wanted to try a different color.
Hey, it's just a funny coincidence. Drax's favorite color is red.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I see you've been spending a lot more time with him, too.
Really?
I'm rolling an insight check on the druid.
It's fine. Isla, if you're trying to get away with it, no, I'm not.
I rolled a 5!
Well, Isla, see what you get for your deception. Maybe you roll lower.
No, there's no fucking way. 11.
Oh, well, you beat
I
me.
rolled a 4, and I have a +7.
I rolled a 3, and I have +2 for insight. All right. Come on, we gotta go meet up with the others.
Honestly, it might not be as much a case of just like you're completely blank faced as to what she's actually meaning. It might be like, I'm not gonna push on this because I don't super know what's going on with her, so I'm not gonna.
I feel like if I press even more, she's gonna go to an octave that only dogs can hear.
Yeah, ultrasonic. Yes, exactly.
And at that point, I can't get anything out of her. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there a Temple of Thor here?
Oh yes, yes there is. There are a lot of oak trees here. You get some pretty gnarly storms because it's right where the coast meets the southern. It's right where the ocean and the coast meet. Nah, yes, there is a temple here for him. Words.
Drax is gonna visit a Temple of Thor.
Devotion will come with him.
You feel a sense of welcoming, but there's also some staticky zinging, like static zinging through your hair, kind of in a way of like it almost feels like somebody like drumming their fingers against a desk, like, took you fucking long enough.
Drax is just looking around going, okay. Is it gonna go by an altar of some kind?
There's a big main one that some other people are at, and there's a few smaller ones kind of around the edges if people want more personal, smaller gatherings. So you have the choice.
I'm gonna go to a smaller one to get some privacy.
Yeah.
Devotion's giving him plenty of room. He's just kind of looking around the temple, kind of taking it in.
And he takes his pendant, holds it in both hands, and just in his mind, Odin's son, I fear for home. If you could give my father strength for whatever may come, I'll be ever thankful. And take care of Mondar for me.
So,
and give me the strength for the next few days because I'm gonna need it.
So, you say that, and that staticky feeling gets a little bit more intense to where it almost feels like you can hear a whisper underneath it. And the whisper sounds like sounds like a very deep voice that's saying something close to, and for me. Because you've been running, boy.
Off the
last
fuck
part
out!
The last part is my editorializing, but that's the implication here. It's that, bitch, you've been running. What you gonna offer me?
Drax is gonna stay there thinking very, very carefully. We could talk about that later. And kind of nudges Devotion. Yeah, we need to go now. Please, please.
Pussy.
You kind of just put a hand on his shoulder, kind of, sort of smiling at him, kind of looking back. You left the candle lit. Don't want to burn the place down, do we? He kind of smirks and kind of nudges him back towards the altar.
Drax give devotions like a such deadpan stink eye, going, "I fucking hate you." And as he goes back to the candle, he grabs his pendant once again. I offer my servitude. And blows out the candle.
The smoke kind of, despite the fact that you blow it out, the smoke kind of goes back toward you. And instead of that smoke smell that, you would expect, it smells more like the air right before a big thunderstorm. And it kind of goes around your head and then it just, drifts away like smoke is supposed to do. And you feel a slight tingle wherever you're touching the metal, but it fades a bit as you step outside of the temple. But you have the feeling that something may need to go down soon.
Devotion's
Just giving him the shit eating his grin.
Devotion's just like, my time is coming.
It's just like I'm so proud of my fucking self right now.
Devotion, by the way, when you went into the temple of Thor, your right hand, correct?
Left.
Your right hand felt just uncomfortable. Just uncomfortable. Like it just kept kind of wanting to twitch a bit. Like you kind of kept just wanting to do this, almost like it was asleep, kind of. But
yeah.
it was odd. But yeah. Stutha and Zinc, did you guys have anything you wanted to do in town? Zinc says yes. Lay it on me, tiny man.
All the things. So Zinc would like to use the dowsing rod that he has to see if he has any of the parts of his rod nearby.
We said the range was 1,000 feet?
It's as large as you said it was.
Okay.
So I think
Pretty sure I've got my notes that it was 1,000 feet.
20,
Because that's usually like what the locate things tend to do.
20 light years, maybe? I don't know.
You feel the teeny tiniest bit of vibration, which is only noticeable because you've not felt anything from this before. It's been utterly still anytime that you've pulled it out. But now you are getting the teeny tiniest vibration. And it seems to get closer anytime that you take a step toward the forest.
Okay.
That's all you got right now because it's still so faint. Like right now it's basically like on or off. You can't yet pinpoint a direction, but you have an idea and you're going in there.
All right. Mentally making note of that. And then Zinc is also going to go to like the town's guard. Like wherever like wait, is it the arrows that are the people in charge here?
I think it was the wardens.
My
if I remember correctly.
The marshals?
Marshals, that's right.
I think the marshals, I think just the marshals are here, but let me double check.
Wardens. I was playing WoW earlier, and wardens.
Wasn't the arrows like the mercenaries that came off?
Yeah, they're the more mercenary ones. They have computer. I need you to fucking work for me here, please.
Computer.
Thanks.
Computer says no.
Computer basically is like, no, fuck you. I don't wanna.
Fuck this
You
shit.
know who I am. All right, let me see.
Computer, you do not have admin privileges. I'm sorry. I'm forgetting.
Timber. Going down. I'm yelling timber. No, those are the other ones. Okay, timber. Yes, the marshals and only the marshals have a guild here. So yeah.
Okay.
So
I would like to go speak to them. Whoever is like the leader or the office or whatever.
okay. The captain in charge of this area is in there. He's a dragonborn by the name of Nihilus. So he's a copper dragonborn. There we go.
Ooh, pretty.
He's like a shiny penny.
I breathe
Um,
back.
But yeah, he's in there. He's actually behind a desk, doing some number something or other. Who even knows? Bookkeeping of some kind.
Poor accountant. He's a
Takes a
desk.
lot.
He's a desk
Too bad.
jockey.
What did he do wrong? Zink is going to walk up to him. Is he taller than the desk, or is he below the desk?
Zink is definitely just a bit shorter than the desk because Dragonborns are big, and it was a desk definitely made for him. So you
Okay.
kind of have to like.
Yep. Zink's gonna like do this very certain thing. Hello.
He like looks up as though he's expecting to see someone, then glances down. My apologies. How can I help you today?
I'm looking for someone, and I cast dancing lights to create a visage of my sister. Because you can create like a humanoid figure of color. So like the pink hair, I think she was wearing blue robe or something, and then her skin is like very like pinky white, and then maybe like one other color for accents. Because I think you could choose like 4 colors. But I sort of create like this image of her, and I say, this is my sister, and she's been missing for a while. I was wondering if she had been seen here?
I don't think I've seen anybody like that coming through lately. She's also a gnome, I take it?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm sorry, that doesn't look very familiar. I can keep a lookout, definitely, but I don't know if I've seen anyone like that recently.
Okay. Well, if you can, is there an artist or a magic user I could talk to?
Might be able to find somebody in the marketplace, but we don't have anybody on staff. We don't deal with that very often. Not many people go missing here in Timber or come here unless they have good reason.
Okay. Well, I want everyone to know what she looks like. So, I'll be right back. He's gonna go out. He's gonna go find a mage user or some sort of artist to create a likeness of sister, so they can put it either on a wanted thing or so they can like project the exact same image with dancing lights. Or, like,
you actually find a cartographer who can also do like portrait kind of looking things. And for a gold, he'll reenact, like he'll do like a forensic sketch for you.
I'll give him 5 gold just for his help.
Okay, sounds good. Let me see here.
My sleeves are so long.
I love them.
Flap, flap, flap. You slap a bitch with them.
You can fly to San Francisco.
And also for that amount, they'll actually make you 2 sketches, one that you can hand over to the marshals and one that you can keep for yourself.
Okay.
So now you actually have like looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. If you hand it back to the marshal captain, he'll definitely like take it and put it up on one of their boards, and he'll let his various peoples know. And if his marshals go to other nearby cities for whatever reason, he'll let them know to like check with the people there too.
Okay, and then at the bottom I'll put like send to Zink, and I'll like draw like a little doodle of my own of my face so that people can send to me if they need to. Yay. And then I'm gonna go find Drax.
Alrighty. You probably find him just as he's exiting the temple.
Hi Devotion, hi Drax.
Hey Zink, what's up?
So before we met up, I've had this device made, and it's to help me find pieces of this heirloom I got from my grandfather, and it's tingling. Will you guys help me find it while we're in the woods?
Yeah, sure, man.
It's
Um,
tingling.
And we can certainly try. But from what we've heard as far as the local rumors, it may lead us there itself, but we'll have to see. But if we come across, if you get another, if it activates and tells you it's closed, you'll certainly keep an eye out for it.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
no worries. But yeah, just I'm pretty sure that you're either gonna let us know loudly or you're gonna creep into my mind again.
So Darren talked to me about that, and I'm gonna try to do it a little bit less. But
You can respond to this message.
Right. Bitch.
Huh?
Huh?
I said that's right. Guilt trip, bitch.
It's Darren's secret weapon. Yeah, so I appreciate it. I figure, something like this is gonna be heavily guarded, and my magic isn't always reliable, as you might have noticed.
We have noticed, don't get me wrong, it's hilarious, but
You do remember the first time we saw you was about 25 to 30 feet in the air, screaming at the top of your lungs.
That was
Oh yeah, you guys never even saw the plant version.
You were very hard to miss.
We won't mention
Oh,
that version of them. Yeah. By the way, I learned some new spells that might be helpful.
oh no.
Don't worry. They're cool. And not, in the creepy invade your mind kind of way.
Like, I'm sure they are cool, but at the same time, Zink, you and I possibly have a different definition of cool. With all due respect, it's just anytime I hear the phrase "I learned a new spell," there's a bit of excitement, but then there's oh, what if it goes wrong?
Yeah.
I have no room to criticize.
That's part of the cool thing about being a sorcerer.
I'm sure.
I
But
have no one to criticize someone else about their magic. Just be careful.
Infinite power. Anyway, I'm heading back. Are you guys going there too?
yeah, we're done with what we needed to do, so we'll head back with you.
Okay. And that's
But he still has a very proud smirk on his face.
needs to do.
I went to green for the forest.
Yay.
Does Sutha have anything to do?
When Isla and Sierra were doing the makeup, can Sutha be watching? I know it sounds creepy.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Sierra already knows that Sutha is intrigued and confused about Sierra doing makeup, but she doesn't mind her being there.
Okay. So yeah, Sutha was there for that. And she kind of she didn't use any of the stuff, but I'm supposing Sierra had it all laid out.
Mm-hmm.
And so Sutha was just like she's freaking Tarzan when Tarzan goes to see all of his dead parents' shit. Not that morbid though.
Curious, what did
Because everybody here's still alive.
I know what you mean.
Sarah would just be like, if you want to use any of that, just give me a moment and I'll finish up with Isla and I can work on you.
Sutha just puts it down and backs up.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Gold and silver. Gold and silver.
Sutha just after that, she just kind of I'll have to go.
Okay.
To the marketplace and stuff like that.
Bye.
We'll see you. Okay, she's gone.
So
Did we do something?
No, she'll be fine. Just let her do her thing. And hold still, I gotta get your mascara right.
Okay.
Okay, to you, Sutha.
Okay, so you said basically about this forest is that we could get epically lost in it.
the forest, the implication that you guys have gotten from the townspeople is that you'll get the best results of interacting with the forest if you treat it well. There are a couple of small paths that the townspeople use that will take you to the main crossroad, and from there it'll be a bit more up to you to kind of make your way through the more overgrown places. But it won't actively try to fuck with you unless you hurt it, if that makes sense.
Okay. Sutha's gonna go to the market, and she is going to find chalk, and she is going to find a ribbon store.
Okay, like a spool of ribbon from, I guess, like a tailor.
I think so.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can probably get both of those things, even if you get like nice-ish ribbon, like a gold.
It doesn't need to be nice. It could be like cotton ribbon or like leather thongs or whatever. It just needs to be red.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, like I said, you can get whichever you prefer of those for a gold.
Okay.
Total.
And then Sutha would also like to buy a net.
Okay. Just because I'm not going to make you guys keep track of silvers and shit. Another gold. Cool.
3 gold total, or is it 1 gold for the chalk and the ribbon?
1 gold for chalk and ribbon, 1 gold for net, so 2 gold total.
Okay. And Sutha is going to. Is there like a? It's gonna sound weird. Is there like a butcher or a chicken farmer or like something like that around?
Oh yeah, there's a butcher's place here. They, because meat's a little hard to ship now on like produce. A lot of meat will be grown like locally, raised locally. That's the word I wanted.
Grown locally. And we have our cloning lab over here.
Chickens.
So she's gonna go to the butcher and she's gonna have a discussion with him about taking dog for the time being.
Oh, fair.
So she's gonna be like, "Hey, I don't want to bring my dog into the woods, but I would like him back."
He's a gnarled old dwarf who's got like scars and calluses all over the place, like one eye, got an eye patch and everything. And but he's also like the guy that as you come in, he's like cooing to a chicken.
He's the dwarf version of Muriel.
Yes.
The Arcana.
He's just like, no, I know you don't like it, but eventually you're gonna be in my stew and it's gonna be all right.
You're gonna be delicious, I promise.
But he like treats the chicken with utmost care as he puts it into the chicken coop thing. So like he cares about the animals, but also understands that like eventually
when they're loved, they taste better.
I
really thought you were about to say put it on the block, like right then.
Not yet.
You're gonna be delicious.
This is the reason we have a trigger warning tonight.
I know you don't like it, but you're going to be stew.
Once your head gets chopped off, you're only gonna be running around for about 7 minutes. It's gonna be fine.
People ask, why do you like this? They taste better when they're loved.
Honestly, yes, that's his thing. They taste better when they're loved, and also they are giving us a gift, so he wants to give them a good life, so that the gift is better when they give it.
So she basically hands him 5 gold, no questions. Like, here, just I would like him back.
Okay. Yeah, he will totally take care of the dog. He like writes down your name and then asks, so his name is Dog?
Dog.
All right.
He sounds like Manny.
Huh?
He sounds like Manny all of a sudden.
I don't fucking know, man. And he, just kind of whistles at Dog in a certain way, and Dog like sits up. He tosses him a piece of like fat or something from the block, and Dog's like, "Oh fuck yes!" So he's like, "He'll be taken care of."
Sutha, just like example A. Sutha just like, good dog. and just walks away.
Oh,
Mm.
Leo.
Dog does go to the door, but he like doesn't go past the door because you like kind of told him that he needs to stay, but he goes to the door and like watches you leave.
Oh.
He's the boy.
Well, with that, Sutha turns around, she kind of caves, she goes, and
Oh.
she gives the dog a big ol' hug, and she just like she
Lots
poops
of
him on the nose with her nose, and she's just like, you can't go in the woods.
Ow.
But these people are good, and you won't be eaten. So he says. So, stay, good boy.
Tail wag.
And she goes.
And again, he does watch you leave, but we as the audience get to see that eventually, like when she's no longer out of sight, he does like that little dog, like, and then goes into the butcher shop.
Oh wow.
Like, fine, I guess if I must.
I wasn't expected to get my heart broken so quickly.
I know. We haven't even gotten in the fucking woods yet.
It's always
We're only an hour and a half in, guys. What the fuck?
But honestly, that's such a good idea, and it's really good of Sutha to be like, you know what? No, this is too dangerous. I want you around, but I don't want to endanger you. I'm gonna put you in a safe place until we're done.
And then there's Zinc with
Totally.
Gary.
Yeah, Gary's just dealing with everything. Gary's got little blood splashes on him that haven't been cleaned off yet.
Gary is the sprinkle of our group.
I'm sorry. Have you tried giving a gecko a bath? It does.
Give a gecko a bath.
That's all Sutha wanted to do.
Listen.
Yeah.
My baby girl needs to shed. You're supposed to help if they get stuck.
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
spray a little- It's the end of the fucking world. She hates the spray bottle. And hides. If you use your moist hide, this wouldn't happen.
So, everybody reconvenes in the plaza. Isla is looking fly as fuck.
Yeah, Sierra just has an arm linked with her. She's fucking proud of her work.
Hell yeah.
I love smiling.
I will say, just because it's a really fucking cool image, as you guys are coming to the plaza, Flortma is already there with Isla and Sierra, and it looks really fucking awesome the way that all of the colors are offset from each other. Like,
Yeah.
Flortma's in like Flortma's in like black and gold and just like a little bit glittery, and Isla's looking bomb as shit and all the red and like the purple and silvery.
And
Look.
Sierra has the bright pink hair and the dark greens.
I imagine that Darren probably would have to be there too, because I just had this image in my head that this entire time all y'all were doing this crazy stuff, Flortma and Darren are just sitting in the tavern with cups of tea, just dead quiet, just.
You should totally check your bag.
She's like,
There yet.
today, here we go.
Sorry, my parents are play fighting in the other room. I wanted to throw a bottle, not a glass bottle, but like a plastic bottle, into the living room. My dad's working on a puzzle, scared the shit out of him. Now they're going back. My parents are hilarious.
Also, preface: Darren still has black hair.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna need a touch up soon, though.
Possibly.
There's some bits of red showing through.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
It's just some temporary dye.
So, y'all ready to go in the forest?
Yeah.
Like we have a choice.
So
I mean, not if you want to keep playing.
Yeah.
Sutha, where's Dog?
From what we were told, I'm leaving him behind for right now.
Okay, but he's safe, right?
Yeah, definitely. He's gonna be fat when we come back.
Oh.
That'll probably be good for him.
Right.
Or it'll make him really slow, and I'll have to carry him.
You're gonna come back.
Get back on the road. He'll have plenty of exercise.
He's such a good boy.
I half expect Suther's gonna go back, and like the first thing that she sees is just sprawled out on his back with his big like I've eaten too much pot belly, and just see her and just like the tail wiggle with the blood like doesn't actually get up.
Like, mother, help! I am stuck.
I want cuddles, but I'm stuck.
You fat. Help.
Also, I showed this to Paige because they are Candela-ish.
Ooh.
Show the one.
Shit.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
Like one side, I had to write my own.
So once the party reconvenes, Drax is definitely going to notice Isla for one, and says nothing, but under his breath he's like, "By the beard of Odin, I need help."
Devotion sitting next to him can hear this and just kind of nods. Yeah.
Grin, who hears everything, just gives the biggest shit-eating grin.
And giggles.
Sierra, who's just armed like the eye, is just still like, I'm so fucking proud of my work.
Devotion's like, trust me, I know that feel. Red is also my favorite color, but usually up there. But
Isla kind of like leans over to Sierra. Everyone's silent. Do I look okay?
Oh, honey, they're all staring at you and they're all jaw-dropped.
Is that a good thing?
Oh, hell yes.
Okay.
Hey, Drax! Morning, brother.
Morning. I'm guessing this is your handiwork.
Of course. Don't you think she looks beautiful? And I just stare him down with a shitting grin.
As always, yes, she does.
I thought so. Good man.
Red's a good color on her.
It really is.
Drax is gonna look at Sierra with the biggest "I'm gonna fucking kill you later" look.
You brat. I'm going to kill you.
As soon as like she and Isla start turning, she just flips the bird to him.
I wasn't sure if it was going to be too much, but I mean, I've been wearing purple for a while, so I thought I'd give another color a try.
It's a very good choice. Yes. Turns,
To the forest,
says nothing.
then.
Wait. Can I insight check?
Yes.
Can she
offhandedly said-
get advantage because I'm with her? And I'm egging Drax on.
Yes.
Roll with advantage.
But yeah, Drax, I think you'd be rolling
God damn it.
deception to not reveal your true self.
What'd you get?
Mine was 10, so
10.
yeah. I'm rolling shit.
That's a 15 total.
Oh, well, fine.
Oh, shit. I'm pretty sure it would make more sense if she was actually like touching his shoulder or something rather than just hearing it.
That's fair.
Devotion says offhandedly, and red hides the blood, just in case. Very practical color for our line of work.
And bring me my brown pants.
Let's hope they were the brand pants.
So.
Alright, so everybody got their supplies. Floatma, you got the bring me back diamond if we need it.
Are we still in town?
Yeah, I think we are.
For right now, yes. Is there anything last minute you want to grab?
I want to get like all of the breakfast pastries. Just
You
like,
want what?
Important. The breakfast pastries.
Yeah.
He wants to rob a fucking Dunkin' Donuts.
He's
I
a tester and he
totally-
wants his donuts.
There is a local bakery. If you want to buy all of their breakfast pastries, I think that'll run you about 10 gold.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have enough pastries for everybody for a couple of days.
Yeah, you get about let's see, you get fuck, 3 baker's dozens, which is 39.
Mhm.
Y'all can split that up however you like.
Elisha will take out of his pack 3 vials of holy water. I managed to make about 4 of these. Would anyone like a bottle of holy water?
Sure. I give everyone a pastry, by the way, or like their.
Can I dip
I've
my
exchanged
arrows?
this pastry for a bottle of holy water. Thank you.
Can I dip my arrows in that? Will that work?
I think you'd have to do it right before a battle to make sure that it was still effective.
Yeah, if it was holy oil, it would stay.
Holy oil stays, yeah.
Yeah, holy oil stays. Holy water, you'd have to do it like right
before I shoot.
I don't think I have what I need to make proper oil.
I feel like once it evaporates, the power of the Lord that it was imbued with is sort of like deuces.
You're free to have one just in case you want to try.
I'll take a boulder for now.
Because I've never tried one. Do they have bear claws?
Look, yeah, they got bear claws.
Yoink! Legit, I've never tried a bear claw. Apparently, they're fucking delicious.
They are really good, and you can have 2 if you want.
If I have to, I'm gonna need to loosen up my armor.
Okay.
I grab a couple donuts, and I just hide them because I know Darren is a donut thief.
I will always take the
You stole my arm.
one.
The moment Sierra grabs more than one, he's over her shoulder, grabbing one of them out of her hand.
You little shit.
No, please roll a sleight of hand.
Yes.
Oh yeah, roll a sleight of hand against the fucking thief.
There's
So is
stuff
this a
with-
perception for me?
Yeah.
All of my test rolls have been terrible tonight. I'm probably not gonna do well.
Well, I got a fucking 9.
13.
I just blessed all of my dice, and they're rolling low.
Mine, I don't think it's my dice actually. My tray seems to be.
Motorcycles in Gem Kingdom? Okay.
It was a
That
very
was a loud
irate
car.
My
Nutty the fuck?
dice tray seems to be misshapen. It won't all hit the ground. So I'm gonna try my other one.
So there's also turnovers, puff pastries, cream puffs,
apple
bear claws, donuts, apple fritters,
Damn it,
long
no, I have
john.
not.
Motion big apple fritter.
I got like 1 of everything, and then 2 more of everything because like 13 was the number of everything. So there's jellies.
So I don't fucking see Darren steal a donut right out of my hands.
Oh no, you see me do it. You just can't stop me.
Yeah.
I just slowly turn to look at him because I'm pretty sure he has like his face right next to mine. Really?
Yeah. Thanks, love. Pop it in my mouth and start walking away.
Face turns red. I stuff a donut in my face and I walk away.
Nom nom apple fritter.
Are we ready or not?
I think
Well,
we
we'll
are.
have- We'll have breakfast now, so it was a good time as any.
All right.
Sorry,
So-
my ears were hurting, so I had to take the ears off.
It's okay.
That's fair. All right, so sorry, I keep getting distracted by the fucking like deep ass curl that my hair decided to do literally all on its own because I brushed it the opposite way. So
It's cute.
He does that sometimes.
it's because it's getting really long on top, which sounds weird to say.
Stop
Yes.
moved.
Anyway, so you guys get everything
Prepared.
Yes, that word. You guys get everything prepared and all ready to go. You know that you have plenty of in your pack supplies, and also you're going into an active living forest, and you can easily forage for anything else that you want to get. You've been kind of told by some of the people that that you can make like a campfire and stuff like that when you stop at night. Just make sure to create it properly and put it out fully before you leave, kind of thing. And the forest will understand. And the way that everybody's been talking about the forest, it sounds like it's a living thing. Like you can hear the capital F when they say, oh yeah, the forest, that's where you go when you want to find something, that kind of shit. And it's like, right, the forest, yep. Are they, but yeah, everybody's talking about it like it's its own living entity kind of thing.
Proper
And it's a little
analogy.
disconcerting because no one else in the Gem Kingdom talks about any kind of collection of trees this way. It's just the people of Timber, which anybody who's traveled extensively, which is a good chunk of you, would know. But yeah, so the thing is, as you're approaching the forest, you can easily see it. You can see how tall some of these fucking trees are. Like, especially as you get closer to the center, they're like giant sequoia levels of huge as fuck. The outer edges are more like normal everyday occurrence in normal world, like tree levels. And you know, there's the different logging sites are marked off very, very clearly, and there are the regrowth states that are also marked off very clearly as like do not touch for X amount of time. All that good stuff, because they have a good sustainable process here, which we should all have. Humanity. Anyway.
Humanity? What's that?
Right? An infestation. Anyway, so, but as you guys are getting closer, you realize that as tall as some of those trees are near the center, you're just now realizing how far away they are and still look that goddamn big. Like you're getting the feeling that once you actually arrive at the base of even one of those trees, it's going to be like just the circumference of a single tree would take you most of a day to get around, which is an ungodly amount of tree. Let's just put it out there. And that kind of adds to your feeling of like just uncomfortable like reality of what you're going into. But you all have been assured that as long as you treat the forest, capital F, with all its due respect, you will be fine. So that helps. That, and there are markers that you can also follow. So hey. So yeah, as we've mentioned before, your task is to talk to the leader of the centaurs, who the queen only seemed to like vaguely know about. Apparently she's not had to deal with them at all, like in the time that she's been queen. So the last that she could remember anyone from the sovereignty having actually talked to them was in an early time of her father, like before she was even born. So it's been a while. And nobody in Timber seemed to like know much about the centaurs, like actually speaking and talking with them. Just they knew the symbol and where not to go because that was centaur land, for lack of better word. But yeah, so you guys are heading into the forest, and I will tell you, it's gorgeous. It is absolutely incredibly gorgeous because it is
fucking see.
I mean, even the sounds and the smells of it are incredibly gorgeous. Like it's a huge forest that is basically untouched by people. Like people don't regularly go in here to camp or to explore or anything like that because it's just too fucking much. They stick to the specific areas that they have, maybe a few smaller play areas between those, but they don't go into like the forest proper unless they have a very good reason, and that's just to get in, get out, be done. So you guys are actually going in, and it's as soon as you walk in, there's this sense of just calm restfulness that settles over everybody. And it's not like a magical effect or anything like that. It's just because this place is so lush. There are plants of every color just kind of creeping out of different parts of each other. There are trees leaning on one another, vines growing in between everything, huge flowers giving off these deliciously gorgeous scents of things like jasmine, roses, hibiscus, all of them kind of intermingling in with one another, going back and forth. And you can't track what flower is making what smell, but oh my God, it's all amazing. All the colors that you can imagine are there. Even the ground underfoot it's that soft, loamy, thick, rich soil that means that everything is growing and producing the way that it should. And that is itself kind of teeming with a whole bunch of little creatures and stuff that kind of just scurry out of the way and move things. There are flashes of color in the trees as a bunch of birds kind of move in between things. Some of them will kind of set up a cry, take flight, and dodge in and around all of the trees in like an acrobatic display before settling on another tree. It's incredible. It is awesome. I wish I had the ability to recreate this on the computer, but I do not.
So basically like the Moors from Maleficent.
Like what, huh?
Like the Moors from Maleficent.
Yeah. Like that mixed with a little bit of Avatar from James Cameron.
Yeah. And just the density of Fangorn Forest from Lord of the Rings.
So yeah, beautiful. As you guys are going along, the path that you're going on is, like they said, pretty clearly demarcated because it's got it doesn't so much have like gravel, but it has been very carefully tended. So it's mostly bare earth with like a layer of with a lining of stones on either side to demarcate where you're supposed to go to follow the path. So it's things that are still part of the forest and that it doesn't hurt to remove or like alter a little bit, but that make it easy for anybody else to follow along with. Excuse me. So as you guys are going down the path, it's really pretty. It's still pretty close to the town, so you're not seeing anything too unusual. There's some pretty brightly colored birds that are a bit more tropical than you're used to, but that's about it. You see one that kind of looks like a bird of paradise with a day-glow smiley face on its chest of all black feathers, kind of doing one of these at another bird that's a bit more brownish that looks very disinterested.
Becky, let me smash.
Look, birds of paradise and their mating dances are my shit, and they're hilarious, and I love them dearly.
No, Ron, go find Becky.
You want some fuck?
You want some tail? Flick, flick.
No, Ron, your tail is small.
What? Swiggity swooty. You want yellow? She doesn't want yellow. Blue and yellow. No. Bye. I'm leaving.
Stick. No, never find that bitch. Stick. Becky, I got a stick. Lemons made.
Am I allowed to sidetrack a little bit for a second?
Which one?
AJ, what did you do?
Uh-oh.
What is you?
What did he do?
I just found 3 more sales today on my shop.
Uh-oh.
AJ, what the fuck?
I think that one might have been Bridget.
That's Bridget.
She's currently making.
No, but it coincidentally has the same address as me.
Why do you need more notebooks?
Because they're pretty.
Actually, that was my roommate.
Oh, you really got them. Awesome.
Aww.
So fuck you.
AJ's just like, I did nothing.
Hey, I just assume at this point. I just assume.
We all assume.
Hold up a second. Hold on. All right. Okay, AJ. Okay, all right. Question. I had something come in that didn't have a tag on it. It came from somebody. So that's your go-to thing. Gonna yell at you later.
She's gonna yell at you after the stream tonight, boy.
Oh, you in deep shit.
Thank your roommate for me. I just happened to look up. I was like, what the hell?
So yeah, absolutely gorgeous, beautiful in every way. Zinc, as we mentioned, your rod, it's still kind of tingling. You're getting the feeling that it's getting a little stronger, but it's not yet. It's not yet quite enough that you can actually discern like a definite location. It does seem that going along the path is still creating a tangle though. So you're good. So yeah. So as you guys keep going forward, they mentioned that the crossroads is roughly like an hour's travel into the forest. There's just a whole lot to look at, but there's not too many of the creatures and stuff yet because you're still fairly close to civilization, and a lot of the delightful puns I'm going to expose all of you to are a bit more reclusive.
Here we go.
Oh, well, actually, no. One of the ones that you guys do get, as you pass through a small area that's got a very, very tiny, like trickling, it looks almost like a miniature waterfall that's coming off of a tree, as opposed to like out of a rock wall. So who fucking knows? But it goes into like a little pool that's collected in one of the really, really big leaves of the tree. And around it, you can see what look like dragonflies, but there's a couple different kinds. If anybody wants to take a closer look, you can make me a perception check.
You know what? I don't trust anything. I'm using this bitch.
13.
That's a dirty 20.
Fuck you.
6.
What do we get L5 see?
Right.
We don't see shit.
So off of a 13 on the dice, 22.
Christ. All right.
You can see through armor.
Yeah. Did anybody get 10 to 15? Raise your hand.
Wait, I had 13.
Okay, cool. You can see that these aren't normal dragonflies. They are, some of them look like tiny rocking horses with dragonfly wings.
Bitch.
And some of them actually look like teeny, tiny dragons with dragonfly wings. And they're all just kind of playing like a game of tag or something with one another.
I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you.
If you rolled a 15 or above, you can further see that all of the teeny tiny dragons are actually the various colors of metallic dragons, which is why they shimmer so brightly. And they're definitely playing a game of tag with the rocking horse flies.
Guys, we're in fucking Wonderland.
I go over to Sierra.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, dragon flies?
Huh. Well, those aren't pseudo dragons. I'll let you know that. But never seen those before.
What's happening? I can't see.
They're the metallic dragons, much smaller, also look like dragonflies.
And teeny tiny rocking horses that look like
yes,
dragons.
and an LSD trip.
I don't think she's ever taken drugs before.
What's LSD?
It's just a fucking trip.
Not fun.
Or no.
Not fun.
I was gonna say that I'm pretty sure that this forest has been smoking a fuckload of sood.
I'm wondering what was in my tea this morning.
No, you're not seeing things.
I can't see anything at all.
One second. I'm going to where is it? Primeval Awareness. I'm gonna expend a first level spell slot for that. And I want to detect if there's any Fae nearby. Primeval Awareness. I have for 1 minute. So for 1 minute, detect if there's any Fae presence within a mile of me or within 6 miles if I'm in favored terrain. And forests are my favorite terrain. So are there any Fae within 6 miles around us?
Oh, so many. Oh, so many.
Oh, shit.
They're like more toward the center of the forest. So like after about like you get to the 3 to 4 mile range, but it's like glowing.
Everybody be very careful with what you touch or interact with in this forest.
Any,
Okay.
Isla.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What did Sarah say?
any particular reason?
Let's just say there's a little thing called the Fae in this forest.
That sounds interesting.
Oh, they're quite fun. What
And dangerous.
a fun
Okay.
dialect.
Okay, on to Isla.
Isla, real quick, honestly, because you're the druid, roll me just a general animal handling check.
Okay. Ooh. 23.
All right. As you're kind of chilling and trying to figure out what exactly is going on with all of this, you hear a very faint, kind of low-level hum that seems to be getting closer, and then you feel this very rapid brush of air from tiny wings. You're fairly certain. And as you listen kind of closer, you realize there is a very small hummingbird that's humming and kind of just chilling out around your head.
Do we see this?
As you guys watching can like turn around and see, probably because she's like, oh look, it's about the same color red as her dress and seems like it likes the color.
Aww.
And now
That's
that you've
good.
noticed it, you all can also hear the very like it's almost like a deeper but still higher pitched hum sound.
Seems like you've made a friend there, Isla.
I think I have.
It's the same color as your dress. I think it likes it.
Yeah, it's just kind of chilling. And as you guys kind of go a little bit further, it kind of breaks off to go over toward that pond that y'all have seen. And you also notice, and Isla can hear, several other hummingbirds kind of go by that are different colors. And each color has a slightly different frequency of hum. And it seems like violet is the loudest, or the highest pitched. So it has almost like a mosquito whine sound at that point. I had so much fun, you guys. You have no idea.
I thought our flashbacks were gonna be torture. I was wrong.
The real torture shall be the puns.
So many.
Oh my god, I'm a fucking idiot.
What?
Hummingbirds.
Yeah.
Hummingbird.
Yep. Red has the lowest pitched hum, and violet has the highest pitched hum.
I'm so dumb. I now got it.
Because of light frequencies.
Exactly. I'm happy. Leave me be.
We have dragon flies and hummingbirds.
Yes.
Rocking horse.
And rocking horse flies.
Huh?
And rocking horse flies. That one I just stole from Alice in Wonderland, and I don't care. They were adorable.
I didn't pick up the rocking horse fly part.
Oh yeah, I said they were little tiny rocking horses with dragonfly wings.
Sierra is slightly more fearful of this forest because of the amount of fae present.
Oh yeah, I mean this forest is literally, it takes up basically a full quarter of the island all on its own, and most of it's unexplored. There's a lot of shit in here.
Sierra's
Even beyond the creatures I created.
Sierra's just her senses are heightened. She's like, fuck, there's fae.
Which is also why now you're gathering why they talk about it like it's a living thing. If there's that many fae here, of course they're going to be like, okay, treat us well, we treat you well. Fuck with us, I'll end you.
Which is fair.
You get it.
Completely fair.
Drax is going to do something.
Okay.
Drax is just going to whistle at just a fairly high frequency and just see what happens. And I'll put my mic away from it. And just sees what happened.
You do that, none of the hummingbirds or anything else seem to like really give a fuck, but you hear a tiny return call that sounds a little bit closer to like a horse neighing, And then down from the canopy flies a teeny tiny, like maybe this tall, odd creature. It looks like a black and white striped horse, but it has wings and a beak, kind of like a finch. It's a zebra finch. And it looks very curious.
Can we please just get to the torture scenes?
Drass is gonna like extend its fingers like that and like close to it and just go.
Yeah, it sets down with all four of its teeny tiny hooves. And it's just like kind of there and opens its beak and again makes that same return call that sounds like a horse's neighing version of what you whistled.
I didn't know that you could whistle.
Is extending fingers to some of the hummingbirds around because he's curious.
Drass goes.
He's not even paying attention. He's just like, ooh, bird.
Sierra's just trying to focus on the path.
And tries to keep an eye on the path and just walking because he's curious, he's dumbfounded, but he's in awe because this is fucking gorgeous. He heard what Ida said and just said, "There's a few things that I can do that may surprise you," and just gives a similar call, but like at a lower frequency, and just gently extends it, his hands to like kind of gently shoo it away, just like a.
Oh yeah. The thing will kind of be like, all right, fine, I'll go about my way. You don't seem to be a fellow zebra finch anyway. You're too big.
He honestly just wanted to see how everything would, like anything would respond, and
yeah,
he's very happy with the results.
Which is, you guys can kind of tell from just like your brief interactions, nothing here seems outright afraid of anything that's humanoid. They're not necessarily going to care unless you try to interact with them, and then it'll just respond, like it'll just be based kind of on that. But they're not afraid of anything having to do with humans, which is good because it means the people of the town are kind of respecting the boundaries that have been set in place by the forest. Wonderful shit. The hummingbirds don't ever like fully alight on anybody. They're just kind of like buzzing about. A couple of the red ones seem more interested in your hair than anything else.
Oh, just the roots that was showing through?
Yep. So they seem to like whatever colors that you have. So a couple of the red ones get a little close to Sierra, but kind of back off a bit. But one blue one seems really interested in like trying to talk to. You're guessing, you're not certain, but it's humming insistently at parts of her tattoo that are blue.
Imagine a bunch of red ones kind of swirling around my head.
Yeah. I just
like,
hold
all of the blue and green ones are around Zinc.
I just hold like my finger up for it to land on.
All right. It takes it a little bit of time, but I think it does eventually, like after it kind of hovers around and it's not getting anything, it like sets down for a bit and you can almost see it like.
You're right there, buddy. Sorry, I know this whole thing can be pretty misleading. Just take a breather.
Sarah,
You're
talking
good.
to a bird.
You were just whistling to one.
Can I pet it?
Oh. David just walks right up to me to pet my hummingbird.
You know what? Let me see.
He has no sense of personal space.
I think you tried, but I don't know how much like blue you have on you, but it doesn't seem to really like. And I think it kind of flits away before you can get too close.
Thanks for that. I continue walking. I brush past Aaron.
But yeah, a lot of the red ones are also focused on devotion because the blue and green ones are definitely interested in Zinc because of his hair just alone. And a lot of the green ones are kind of like chilling out or like kind of buzzing around Sutha's head, just sort of like the fuck.
Can
They like similar colors.
Can Isla, as she's like hearing all these sounds and humming, she's actually gonna hum too. She's gonna hum like a little song.
I hear your Anastasia.
Hey, I was like, I heard the first two notes. I'm like, it's Anastasia.
You know what? Roll me performance. Because you are technically a bard.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Ooh, that is 14. I rolled a 3, but I have plus 11.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Honestly, they kind of like they kind of join in, but their hums merge together in a much more symphonic way than yours do, and they pretty quickly leave you behind. But it sounds incredible. Absolutely. And you kind of get the sense that because of how you perceive like the world in color, you kind of get the sense that they're actually humming about the group. Like they're just sort of like, yeah, we're at the pond and there are all these other things. And you kind of get the sense that that's what they're actually humming about. Not so much gossip, just sort of like, this is our day. Huh.
Yeah, she's gonna smile and be like, oh, they're so cute, they're so interesting. Like, I love their songs.
They're so pretty. Excuse me.
She's just waiting for the inevitable proper Alice in Wonderland acid trip.
I haven't eaten any mushrooms yet, so.
I am not touching any mushrooms or berries.
Sierra is just on high alert while we're in this forest because her favorite terrain, but also her favorite enemy, is in here.
Like I said, they're pouting a little bit.
Darren, you little shit.
I wanted to pet it. It flew away.
You wanted to pet it? Well, I was having a cutesy little moment. You made my new friend fly away.
Me too.
She's not happy with you.
He's not happy either. He wanted to pet it.
But yeah, eventually a lot of them kind of seem to get their fill of the pond here and then sort of just flit on about their way. You get the feeling that they're probably trying to find some food now. I know, Booker, but you need to stop.
Hi there. Require attention.
Bad. But yeah, so as you guys continue along the path, you can see just some other really cool birds and stuff around. Nothing else really tries to come very much closer, and a lot of them look a little more like you're accustomed to seeing. Like there's some really, really bright, cardinals. There's a bunch of really like gorgeous iridescent starlings and stuff like that. You can hear a mockingbird that definitely sounds like it's speaking Dwarvish, which is just fucking weird.
What do Drax and I hear from it?
You literally kind of hear it say, "Oh, not like that." Just like an angry old dwarf.
Sierra, you heard that right?
Yeah.
And then you glance up, there's a big ass mockingbird just kind of sitting there, and it does it again. The dwarvish for, oh, not like that.
I'm sorry, buddy. Hopefully you find something you like. Everybody keep walking.
Oh.
Sierra. Do we have to say goodbye already?
Yes, yes, Isla, we really do. Sierra, I'm actually starting to get frightened.
Just hang in there. I just pat him on the shoulder. Just hang in there. I've seen weird shit like this before.
Sorry, Bridget, what'd you say?
Just starts talking to them.
To the mockingbird speaking Dwarvish.
If you try to do anything, it honestly will alternate between like a couple of other types of bird songs. Something that sounds a lot like an axe hitting wood, and then more dwarvish, which is the same of, ugh, not like that. So this one apparently spends a lot of time near the logging areas.
I meant the hummingbirds, I'm sorry. But I think they went away and you didn't hear me when I was trying to say it last time.
If they were still flying around Sutha, that's where Darren is. He's fascinated by these things. That's all he cares about.
Fascinated by brightly colored things.
Never would have guessed it.
But he leaves
No,
me
I
for
think all
he
of the-
leaves me for fucking birds.
Oh, go away.
Just a little bit.
To be fair, they are very brightly covered birds.
But yeah, the hummingbirds are a bit behind now. But if you tried to speak with them, they would have been like, "Wait, you're talking?" Because you're close to the same green as a lot of the forest. So it's just like, "Wait, you're not a leaf?" But yeah. So as you guys continue on, after about roughly an hour, which is about what you guys were told before, you reach the crossroads. It's not actually like a four-way cross. It's more like a T-junction. Honestly, there's the path you're on. There's a path to the east that will basically kind of take you in a slightly curving route back to Timber, just on the other side of the logging areas, which you were told. And it has the sigil for Gem Kingdom kind of carved into that part of the arrow. The other part of the arrow that's pointing to the west is a little more rustic looking. Like, it doesn't look like it's been replaced or tended really since it was created. And it has the like slightly diamond-ish shape from the centaur hoof symbol that you guys have seen. So, well, that's where you gotta go.
Didn't they say somebody was going to meet us here?
I don't.
Or were they
No,
going to
no,
meet
no.
us halfway?
I think it may have been that like a centaur might eventually encounter you here, but not necessarily that someone would be meeting you. Sorry if that didn't come across clearly though.
Yeah, it sounded like last time you said somebody was going to meet us.
Oh, gotcha. No, sorry about that. No, it's just that this is where you're supposed to go to then start actually going into Centaur lands. And eventually you'll encounter somebody from the Centaur clan. They don't really have open lines of communication, to say the least.
Did you get my message, Ben?
From a while ago or a more recent one?
Within the last hour or so.
Oh, yeah.
Just, I don't want to like just interrupt your flow. Sorry, even though I just did.
Yeah. Your rod is still sort of tingling a little bit. It seems to have gotten a little bit stronger as you've gone in. As you guys are turning toward the Centaur lands, you can feel it get a little bit stronger.
Okay.
Stop. Look at her. Stop.
I'm only gonna react when Booker behaves, or when it starts vibrating less. Like if it seems to be like changing vibration as if we're going away from it.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
just
For right now, it's still just getting stronger.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
But yeah. Excuse me.
What type of tree, like as we're at this T junction, what type of tree is definitely more prominent in this area? Out of curiosity.
In this area, you've got there's honestly a pretty solid mix. It's definitely getting closer to like the actual old growth forest. As you're further toward like the logging areas, there are more distinct sort of sections. But you're pretty quickly leaving those behind. Right now you're in a slightly more, it's not that high yet. There's more deciduous stuff here, but it looks more like you've got a bunch of, I think, birch, like a lot of birch. And maybe chestnut with like a few oak here and there.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know jack shit about trees, but I know that these are all at least deciduous.
enough.
Okay,
dokie.
But yeah, there was definitely a much higher concentration of oak closer to timber, but that's one of the ones that they specifically cultivate to then sell. So, yeah. But once you get into the actual forest proper, it's just whatever the fuck grew here, grew here. But yeah. So as you guys are turning over, you can kind of tell through the daylight in the tree because you started off pretty early in the morning. And it's only been about an hour and a half since you like set out. You still got a pretty good leeway to go. So you can make pretty good time sort of going through the forest and continuing forward. And what price? So if anybody wants to do a little bit of role play sort of as we're going, we can do that until we reach sort of the midday portion.
Darren is definitely like Rapunzel in the town square when she first arrives, kind of like bombarded by all the sights that he hasn't seen before.
Oh, right, because you're a city elf.
Yeah. That's why he's like super distracted right now.
Sierra's just ignoring everything around her, just focusing on getting to the destination.
Isla is probably like unintentionally, but like grabbing onto Drax's arm and being like, "Oh my gosh, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Oh my gosh, this is amazing!" and like humming along and stuff.
Did you smell that? Where is it coming from?
What is that?
Are there any pseudo dragons?
Not that you can see yet.
Destroyed.
Oh,
I make a perception check for pseudo dragons. 19.
There are none nearby that you can tell, and no signs of one either.
Damn it.
Zink is gonna just walk over and be like, "Hello, trees." Sort of like Laura Bailey. "Hello, bees. Hello, trees." He's gonna hug one.
Is this...
Oh, make me a perception check real quick.
"11.
All right, so you hug the tree, and it's got a nice thick coating of moss that you kind of end up getting a little bit buried in. And as you pull back from it, you can see like really close to your face, there's suddenly this really, really weird but very small and very ugly looking bear face going at you.
Like a bugbear? A bear bug?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Zink is definitely gonna be like,
And it's literally going.
Zink is gonna be like, "Oh, sorry, buddy," and like sort of like step away, and just sort of.
It kind of is like on. It's raised its back end up, and you can see this very in its shell. It's this very ugly kind of bearish face. That is distinctively like looks like it was crafted to look like that, and it's kind of wiggling its back end and making this high like this little gravelly noise with its mandibles or something, just like
Okay. Yeah, Zink is gonna be like, "Sorry, bug," but then like the Julie Andrews like swirl, like, "The forest's alive with bear bugs and birds and other."
The sound of
And Booker is being a total brat.
As Sierra's walking, she's just like kind of like brushing her hands through her hair to try to like untighten her very fucking curly hair because it's still curly and long right now.
Fair.
And it's probably just been like that for like a couple weeks. Like, gotta loosen it up now.
And of course, as you guys are walking further into the forest, it's getting just a little like ever more humid the further in you go because, duh. It's a southernmost forest in a vaguely like temperate to tropical area. It gonna get humid. Ain't gonna get hot.
So me, Devotion, and Flortma are kind of like, well,
I mean, Devotion won't be that effective because he's
yeah, no,
because he's a tiefling. Like,
tiefling, yeah. But I can imagine me and Flortma.
I don't
just
know if
being-
fire resistance equals heat resistance, but that's kind of, or humidity resistance. But
But Drax is definitely like.
Will never admit to being uncomfortable or sweating.
Not one.
Don't face.
Yeah. And once my hair is sort of brushed out and just kind of curly waves, I just take some twine and I tie it back into a ponytail
Understandably.
because it is getting humid.
Darren's got his hair back too.
At which point, Drax is like, I'm sorry if I'm a little bit too clammy, but the humidity is not great in thick leather armor.
I can only imagine it. Ugh, even I'm getting hot.
Y'all should have prepared before you entered.
I don't have anything else to wear, you little shit.
You have money. You can buy other things.
You know, Flortma probably does put his hair in a ponytail.
Ponytail gang.
Yeah, Devotion is already in ponytail. That's usually how he wears it.
Can Flortma's ponytail be like cheerleader height?
Right on like the top.
In general, and then Flortma's is like pop.
Yeah, a little side ponytail. Yes.
Yeah, very 90s.
Yes.
Someone draw that.
Ponytail. It is surprisingly long. No one's ever seen him with his hair down, but his ponytail is actually kind of long because it kind of blends in with his armor. So you can't tell how far it goes down.
So yeah, lots of just really fascinating shit to see on the way in. The pinging on your attunement fork, Zinc, is continuing to get a little bit stronger, like kind of as it goes. And you haven't encountered anything yet that actively screams like, "Here there be centaurs." You do see their emblem or their symbol kind of in trees, or like carved into a rock propped up against a tree, more specifically, from time to time. But you haven't encountered any actual centaurs yet. You're not quite sure, because nobody else seemed quite sure how long you're going to have to wait to get in contact with one, but you're on the right path. So at least there's that. But yeah. So at so funnily enough, around noon, I'm guessing you guys are trying to find somewhere to pause for either like lunch, or I don't know if you're already kind of scouting places to potentially make camp. What do you think?
A nice pause point, some collection of rocks or a fallen tree or something.
Yeah.
I kind of miss our carriage. It was nice having something to like rest in.
Yeah. But I think Maddie needs a break after those past like 5 days.
Oh yeah.
Although seeing him navigate this path with that card would be funny, but slow.
Very slow.
Can I look around on the ground for hoof prints?
Sure. Roll me. I think technically it could be either survival or investigation, since you're actively trying to find something.
I will
This
assist.
is gonna go great.
I will assist with an investigation.
Okay. So Darren, you get to roll with advantage since
An
he's
18.
assisting.
Thank you for that advantage. It brought me to an 18.
Fishy. You think you can see on the east northeast kind of corner of this small clearing that you guys have come to, that looks like it might be for resting, because it's got like It's got what looks like a fire pit or a fire pit kind of in the middle, very, very clearly surrounded by like stone, very rustic, and a couple of stumps that you can easily use to like sit on, and a few other like packed down places. You think you can see in like the northeast part of it, some trampling down areas and a few distinct but a little bit older hoof prints, varying sizes. A couple are pretty big, some are very small.
Okay, he would probably go up to Sierra and just tap her shoulder and then point him out.
Jesus. Okay.
We're getting closer.
That's good.
Dear, and remind me, what's your passive perception?
God.
Besides God tier?
24.
Oh my gosh.
Christ.
Literally twice the average character.
Christ on a crutch. So
I don't even know when it last went up because I distinctly remember it used to be 22. So that's fine.
If you
Anyway.
increased your perceptions, if you put expertise or something in your perception, it probably increased it.
Oh, when you're
Already had that.
Oh, when your
when
proficiency
your
bonus
proficiency-
increases.
Oh.
instead of increasing by 1, it would have increased by 2 if you have expertise. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a good feeling, but it's also like, damn. So what you also notice as you guys are kind of settling down to just have like a quick traveling lunch, which you're more than welcome to do because duh. You also notice a very you see a bright blue flash of something in a bush near where you saw the tracks. And if you go investigate, do you or no?
Yeah, I'll sneak over and see what I can see.
Cool. It's a stationary something. It's just something that like you caught a flash of like the iridescence of whatever it is out of the corner of your eye. Just because you have passive perception of fucking God. So you grab it, you go over to the bush and see that it is a feather. But it's not a, like, even allowing for the fact that you are a city elf, it doesn't look like a feather that you've ever seen on a bird, which is odd. It's white almost all the way down, and then has what looks kind of like blue jay striped, like blue and black and white at the very tip. But the feather itself is bigger than a blue jay. So it didn't come from a blue jay. But it's odd. It's not like, you can tell just by like looking at it and picking up, it's just a feather. It's not dangerous or anything. It's just unusual because I think it's technically a primary feather, and it's roughly the length of your forearm. But you don't know of any, like, normally a feather that big would come from like a hawk or something. There aren't any hawks with that coloration. Bleh. So you found a mystery. Good job. You can put that in your inventory if you'd like.
I will first bring it over and kind of show it to everyone in the group. Whatever lives here is quite big.
If anybody wants to, you can roll a nature check.
I'm not even gonna bother because there's no way in hell he would know.
It's fine.
Natural
Mine's a
one.
+5. I could try.
Natural one.
19.
Pretty feather.
Ooh.
That is a
15.
that's a slutty 20 for me.
Woo!
I need to stop using this dice.
No, don't stop. I rolled a
Isla, what'd you get?
15.
Okay.
7.
Flart,
Okay.
my God, 19.
Okay. Anybody who got 10 or below, it's a very pretty feather. You have no idea where it came from. But that's fine. Very pretty feather. Gotcha. And for anybody who rolled up to a 20, you can tell that it is something about it just doesn't seem like it it seems like it looks like a bird feather, but something about it just doesn't seem quite like it was from a bird. Like it's just a little bit too thick. It's a little bit too coarse in some places, and it doesn't have quite the same quality that you'd expect from a primary feather of any kind of like even a predatory bird. But again, very pretty. And for fucking Drax, you looking back over it, consulting what you know, you can tell with absolute certainty that it didn't come from a bird, but you have not a fucking clue what else it could have come from.
Oh, no.
But you do know it did not come from a bird with absolute certainty.
Is there roll the 24?
Fair. You can also tell did not come from a bird.
I'll be back.
Oh, it was reversed frustrated, so it looked like you said that you were held up a 6.
Yeah. That's not a bird.
It's very strange.
Like if I put it up, to my forearm, it's about the same size as that. Like
Yeah, it's basically from like your middle finger to your elbow.
just keep an eye out in the sky, peoples.
If it's not from a fucking bird, we shouldn't be looking at the sky.
I just look everywhere.
It's not like you guys can actually see the sky right now anyway. You can just see canopy.
I don't trust any of this shit now.
I didn't trust the shit as soon as I figured out we're in a forest full of fae.
That is true. That is very true.
So while you guys have your lunch, I need to go to the restroom and see if I can try to make Booker shut the fuck up. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna take off my wig cap. It's starting to like squish my head.
Ad break, maybe?
Yeah, I'll run one real quick. It's running.
Oh, my back. This is my third energy drink. I'm gonna crash as soon as my head hits a pillow.
Oof.
I went and grabbed coffee because I went to bed at 5:30 in the morning. Only to wake up at 7:30 in the morning.
Ouch.
My dice have just been cursed since we started rolling. So, it's not going to be a good night for me.
Do you have any other that you could try or a different tray?
No, my other dice box is cursed.
I mean, devotion has removed curse, so I'll send a spell slot. Yeah!
Use a digital roller. Use the Google roller.
That's true. Could always do that.
My digital rollers are cursed too. You've seen our fucking role plays. Well, Sierra's just not having a good time right now.
No.
Well, it makes sense being.
Everyone's
that she-
enamored by this forest. She's just like, guys, there are fucking fae in this forest.
Again, city boy. This is fucking brand new. He is absolutely enamored by this.
But you've got fey blood.
I don't. He does.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. But he also grew up like in
Do you at least speak Sylvan?
I speak Sylvan.
I speak Sylvan.
I mean, if he does, because I can't remember. Nope. Common Elvish thieves can't.
He could slightly make out Sylvan, like some words translate since it's like a super ancient forward
He doesn't
version.
understand it because when Sierra was ranting in Sylvan, he didn't understand shit.
You're like,
If he picked up anything, it would be because he was taught in his studies, not because he ever went out anywhere.
Yeah.
He did his job. That's
So,
it.
I had I picked up linguist as a feat because I feel like part of Loki's shenanigans would be that he would give Devotion the ability to speak many tongues, but also very situational. Devotion speaks Celestial, Abyssal, Common, Infernal, Sylvan, Undercommon, and Draconic.
That sounds
Undercommon.
Yeah, he speaks Draconic.
Undercommon would be spoken in the Underdark or the Hematite Abyss.
Yeah, Lortma speaks Draconic.
Yeah. Devotion has met a dragon once.
I don't know why.
We'll figure that out later. Devotion has met one dragon. One. He walked into a cave because he thought there were cultists in it. He found a golden dragon. And he says, like, bye.
Okay, thanks, bye.
Nope.
It was polite. He's like, you can stay for tea. It took the form of an old woman. Invited him in for tea. And told him that, while you have been wonderful company, if you tell anyone of my hoard, I will burn you and everything you held dear alive. Including all of Amethyst Hall. I mean, it was being rather dramatic about it. It's just like, oh yeah, no, that's fine.
It just reminds me of The Witcher.
Spoons. No more spoons.
Honestly, though, that episode of The Witcher, I was just like, huh. Okay. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. No question, just I'll allow it. Oh. Be sideways with the cactus. My back.
These chips are good.
Hmm?
My chips are fantastic.
Nice.
And speaking of Loki,
Oh.
now one of my friends just posted this.
Oh.
Oof.
I have a feeling Loki appears like that sometimes in Devotion's dreams just to jar him awake. It's like,
fuck you.
But my imagining would be like more feminine. Be like, it's like he's envisioning his wife, and then suddenly Loki face. Fuck.
I'm here, but I'm gonna grab a spoon.
Okay.
My spoon is too big.
March here from Alice in Wonderland. Spoon.
If you want to talk about an acid trip, don't get me wrong, I'm not a big fan of the Tim Burton Alice in Wonderland, but that was a trip and a half.
It's my favorite.
I never saw it.
I never. Yeah,
Are you?
Alan Rickman as the caterpillar.
That was a good choice.
Oh yeah.
It was a great choice.
Johnny Depp as the Mad Hatter was unforgettable. That's for sure.
Oh my god, it's amazing.
It was Tim Burton. You knew he was going to be in it somewhere.
Has
You think
anyone
Tim?
ever seen the sci-fi original series Alice?
No. Didn't know they did one.
Thank you. Thank
Tim
you.
Curry's in it,
Huh?
and so is Andrew Lee Potts. Andrew Lee Potts is one of my favorite actors. He is sexy AF.
Yes, he is. Did you? I'm guessing that means that you've seen Primeval. Seen a couple-
Primeval, the show?
The show Primeval?
Yeah.
The guy who played the nerdy little college student who followed them around and knew everything about dinosaurs?
The cute one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is in the sci-fi show Alice as Hatter.
Huh.
And it's hot.
You already?
Where can I find this show?
Internet?
I will find out.
We'll review sci-fi
The
shows.
reviews look really bad.
I
But,
will
like-
bring it when we all meet. Because that will
Sounds
make
good.
Everybody's back.
So, as you guys are finishing up your meal for the day, you're getting the feeling that going toward the centaur tracks is probably the good call. And as you look a little bit further along the path, there is an additional rock with their symbol carved into it. So, there you go. You still haven't actually seen a centaur yet. You've seen a couple of these traces, the hooves, the hoof prints and stuff like that. Occasionally in a couple of places you've seen like some long horsehair kind of hanging from like a broken branch or something like that. So they are actively kind of moving around these trails. You just haven't encountered any yet. So yeah. No real way to tell like why, because you don't really know anything about them yet, but you do have some proof that they do indeed exist and they are here. So just got to keep on keeping on toward them. And for Zinc, for your attunement fork, it's kind of interesting to note that for you that attunement kind of signal for your rod piece being near has stayed kind of consistent throughout the day. It hasn't really got like actively stronger or weaker, but it does seem to just sort of still be there, which is odd because, in an hour you definitely would have traveled 1,000 feet at the very least. But it's just been continually kind of pulling. You're not sure if there's like a glitch in the system or if the thing is maybe just moving or if the forest is just amplifying your power, like the power of that object. You have no fucking clue. But it hasn't gone away. So, progress, right?
May I make a roll to see if I can figure out what might be causing it?
You can make an Arcana check, I think.
Fuck. 12.
You have not a fucking clue.
Yeah, I figured.
There are too many variables here.
This is so weird. What the hell?
And it's also like a thing that you didn't make, you bought.
Yeah.
Which is fine. It just means that like you don't have the intimate knowledge of how it works. So yeah. Just gotta see what happens, I guess. But yeah. So you guys keep on keeping on. I'm guessing head toward the centaur tracks and the symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, yeah. So so you guys keep on heading that way, and really quick. Here's my other D10. Okay. Interesting. And honestly, the rest of the day passes pretty unceremoniously. You don't see anything new. You don't really encounter any other creatures. You don't find any centaurs yet. Your attunement fork doesn't get stronger. It just kind of keeps on keeping on as you continue through the area. And the light, as you can imagine, because you're in a hugely dense forest, the light kind of fades a bit faster than it would have if you were outside of the forest. But even as you're getting close to what would be y'all's equivalent of sunset, there's just not a whole lot else kind of like revealing itself to you at this point. But you should be able, you are able to, with like the last bit of light that you guys have got, you're able to find a pretty nice little nook in a giant fucking oak tree, like just in the roots of it, that you can stretch some tarps, some of your like tent tarp over, wherever the fuck it's called, and make like a pretty nice little alcove for each of you for the night.
I go ahead and I start casting alarm.
I'm gonna hug the roots of the tree just to thank it for protecting us.
That's good. That's fine. You Question: do you look at the tree first before you hug it?
Yes, I'm looking for bear
Cool.
or any other weird. Sorry.
Maybe a quick perception check.
Okay.
And honestly, and anybody else who's near the roots of the tree can also make me a perception check.
17.
Um,
14. 14.
Okay.
And
17.
20.
Drax,
15.
Isla,
I did not. Oh, hold on. Perception, right?
Yeah.
16.
Okay. Cool. Sutha, did you also roll?
What am I rolling for?
Perception.
19.
Okay.
Seven.
All right. If anybody rolled a 10 or below, you don't notice anything. If you rolled an 11 or above, you can kind of see through the last little beams of light that are kind of trickling through the canopy. There's a few just very small beams, but they're hitting something, and then you notice that the light, as it hits the actual floor of the forest or like whatever's behind it, it's this multicolored splash, kind of like it went through like a stained glass window or something. And as you watch and as you go back along the trajectory, you can actually see it's hitting something that looks like it's in the middle of a spider web, like a normal sized spider web, mind you. But it's hitting something, and if you rolled rolled an 18 or above, and as you get like if you circle a little to see, you can see that it's actually in the center of each of the spider webs that's causing this. There is a spider just chilling, doing its thing, but the entire abdomen of the spider is a little bit engorged and looks like it's perfectly clear with a bunch of tiny multicolored platelets, pieces of glass. Who fucking knows? Multicolored bits just stuck to it that the light is passing through to make the designs happen.
What is
The
it
stained
called?
glass widows.
oh,
And when this is over, I swear to Christ.
I'm having fun. I don't care. But yeah, it's just
I love that you are having fun with this.
it's just a really cool, really neat thing to kind of help round out your day, because it's just nice. It's pretty. They're literally completely harmless. They're just there. But yeah, those are actually based a little bit off of real life spiders called glass spiders that have that kind of effect on their abdomen. It's really fucking cool. Or their thorax, sorry. Cool anyway. So Sierra, you set your alarm for the night. You're able to easily cover the camp because you guys have to be a little bit more crowded than usual because you're trying to kind of cluster around this root system of this big old oak tree. So you guys are able to set up for your camp for the night pretty effectively. So does anybody have anything they want to discuss before we go into the first round of watch/sleepy time?
Sierra's just gonna take third watch.
I'll take the middle watch.
Take first watch.
I will take second watch.
So will Isla.
I'll take in third because I'll.
First is Drax and Isla.
And
Can I do before we go to sleep?
Daron will also look through his bag of coins to see how much he has left after buying everything, and realize that he's got some extra coinage. And glare over at the little rogue that he's been training up.
She's not looking at you. She's just focusing on getting the alarm set up.
He's not dropping the glare until she meets eye contact.
Is there something on my face? I mean, there literally is, but is there anything else on my face?
Jingle, jingle, jingle.
You're welcome. And I go back to setting up my alarm.
You will pay for that. And he drops
did. She paid you.
Technically, she did in 100 gold.
All right, so real quick, just to make sure that I've got it correct. First watch is Drax, Isla, and anyone else?
I was taking first watch.
No, first watch is Darren and Devotion.
Yeah.
Jackson Arlo is second watch.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Drax and Isla on second watch with Flortma, and then Sierra and Darren on third watch. If Zink and Sutha wish, they can either get a full rest or they can pick a watch that they want to join. It's up to you guys.
I don't. Whatever Sutha doesn't want to do, I'll help with that watch. But I want to do something before we went to bed. Whenever y'all are ready.
Sutha will do the watch with Devotion and Darren.
First watch?
Yeah.
Okay, first watch, Devotion, Darren, Sutha. Second watch is Drax, Isla, and Flortma. And third watch is Sierra.
And Darren.
Darren again. Okay, and Zink?
Yeah, Darren only needs 4 hours of rest, so.
Yeah, because elf. Yeah.
Train. And yeah, I'll take the last watch. But before we go to bed, I wanted to talk to Flortma about the dowsing rod not working.
Not working?
Yeah, it's not working. It's supposed to let me know when I'm 1,000 feet from the thing, but it's just been buzzing all day. And it hasn't gotten, like, stronger or weaker. I mean, it was custom made by a witch, but she wasn't my wife, so.
That magic is beyond my understanding.
Well, do I have to attune to it, just real quick?
You are already. You've already had it for long enough that you're definitely attuned to it. And it wouldn't work if you weren't.
Well, I was going to say, like, if someone else attuned to it, do you think it would work? Or would I, like, theoretically know?
If someone else attuned to it, I honestly don't know if it would work as well because it was made, like, she made it specifically for an item of your specifications that you know about.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd be able to actually pass that familiarity of the object on to someone else enough that it would work any better.
Okay. I'm gonna take the rod from, like, because I usually have it tucked in behind my back, just so it's like touching me, but like I can still use my hands, and I'm just gonna like hold them side by side, like, and just like while I'm like hanging out with Flortma, like I'm 5 feet away from him or less, I'm just like.
Well, the thing is, you've always had that piece on you since you had the attunement fork, and it's not going to attune. It's not going to point out something that you already own, because that wouldn't make any sense. Because that would mean that it was constantly going off, no matter what.
Right.
So it doesn't react to the one that you've had in your possession since you've had the attunement fork.
Okay. Do you have any spells that you could use to help me? Maybe find the answers to why this isn't working right?
I don't think I do.
Okay, well, I thought I'd ask.
What kind of magic user made it?
Oh, it's arcane, but I don't know. I thought maybe there was.
I think it was a gnome wizard. It's sort of like it's like an altered form of a locate object enchantment kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think that's how I played it.
I do have a locate object. No, you may want to talk to someone who's better at finding things.
Okay.
Like Darren or Sierra.
Okay. I think I'm going on watch with them later, so I'll see if they know anything.
I'm sorry I couldn't help.
No, that's okay. I appreciate you trying. And with that, he's just gonna go eat a pastry.
Nom, nom, nom.
Curl up into a little ball.
Coolio, coolio. All right, coolio. So yeah, so everybody that's on First Watch is doing their thing. It's Devotion, Dira, and Sutha. Do y'all have anything you want to role play before I break some hearts?
I mean,
I get the feeling everybody saw my eyes go like this.
Yep.
Listen, y'all better come up with something to roleplay right this second and put
I got nothing. I got nothing.
I just remembered I have to ask everybody a question. No, Zink's already asleep. He's like,
Yeah, Sierra is like curled up in just like one kind of like, I guess, like root of the tree. She's like asleep, but she's like she has a dagger in hand.
Not canon, just because I'm trying to be funny. Sutha just beelines for the woods.
What?
Touch anything.
They're very pretty.
Touch anything.
Also, this was a good place to bed down because there's a nice, like, thick layer of moss in between all of the trees, so it's like extra padding. It's nice.
Drax is kind of like just lying with his arms behind his back in between two roots and using like where the roots meet as a resting area for his head.
Fair. Sorry, Sutha, I'm just making sure. Did you actually just go running into the forest? Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure of this first. Hold on.
About to say the moment.
You guys did have to shoo a couple more bugbears out of the way so you could lay down for the night. There were a couple of them. There was some that looked a little bit more fuzzy and grisly, if you will, and some were a bit more black in color.
so these aren't bear bugs?
How they're bugbears.
And I play with a bear bug for a little bit before we shoot it away.
Sure. You have better luck with the black bear version.
Isla will find like a nice like groove in between like some roots or something and with some moss and like curl up and lay down, like falls asleep, like Sleeping Beauty edition.
Meanwhile, Sierra's just fucking tombstone face first into the moss. She just has a dagger in hand.
I was gonna say before Sierra did that, while he's playing with the bear bug, he's going over to Sierra like, "What's this?" He definitely is gonna spend most of the time here catching random things and going up to her, going, "What's this?" What I find.
Honestly, some of these creatures are definitely they're verdant forest specific, but you know it's an insect of some kind.
It's some insect with a bear's face. Can I get some fucking sleep, please?
Sure.
Thank you. She's still mad at him. She's mad at him for a lot of things right now, but right now, scaring away that hummingbird, she's still pissed.
He's oblivious. That's
Perception of a god, insight of a potato.
How are you? Because I'm a potato.
I am a potato.
Well, he knows she's mad. He doesn't know why. Susie leaves.
Men, we don't know what we did.
We always just assume we're in trouble for something.
Let's be honest. Darren is the epitome of the phrase, "What did I do this time?"
I don't know
What
what
did
I
you
did.
do? What did I do this time?
You're fucking flirting with her, but you're not being really direct and letting her know that you mean anything. That's why she's mad.
Yes.
Because you're just playing it all off.
I realize this. He does not.
She's gonna snap at him.
He deserves it. It's fine.
What a feeling's gonna happen tonight. But we have no roleplay, I guess.
So,
Oh god.
for all the people that are asleep, which is, a fair chunk of the party, I did my rolls, and the first flashback. Let me set the scene a little bit. Let me paint you a word picture. So this place, which especially I feel like Isla can kind of feel as she's settling down, just because she's so attuned to vibrations and every other sensation besides sight. It is not an Isla flashback though. I'm not going to break your hearts that much yet. So it's almost like this place is it's thrumming in an organic way, kind of like a bird's wings or the rapid heartbeat of a small rodent or something like that. It's something that is part of the forest and is just sort of actively there, but it's not something that you consciously realize until it's quiet enough for you to do so. So while you guys were moving around during the day,
It's almost like hearing nature's heartbeat.
yeah, kind of. Especially because you guys are literally in the roots, in the living system of a giant fucking oak tree. And while you guys are settling down, it's almost like that's kind of lulling you to sleep in a way for anybody who is actively trying to sleep now. Anybody who's awake and keeping watch kind of feels it to a much lesser extent because they're actively trying to stay focused and awake and aware. Anyone who's trying to go to sleep, it's almost like it kind of gives you this little cocoon, which is nice, but it's almost like that vibration is unlocking tiny doors in your mind. And for some of you, those are doors that you would much rather remain closed. Because not all doors should be opened. Not all doors need to be exposed to the light. But the forest, honestly, doesn't have any concept of that because it's a forest. It's a giant mega organism. And you're in it. So you have to kind of deal with that reality. And that means sometimes facing your own realities. So while everybody's kind of getting settled down, I already decided this thing's determined, Jesus fuck. I already decided some of the ones that we're going to see tonight. We might have a couple of these while you guys are sort of on your way. So the first one that we're going to get though is the scene will fade in, and it's kind of like in these. It's a really cool, distinct visual style because it almost looks like watercolor, as opposed to reality. As we're because everything else we can imagine is sort of filmed in realism, like Lord of the Rings. This is almost, it almost looks like watercolor, and it's got kind of that dreamlike feeling to it, where it's hard for the viewer and the person experiencing it to kind of reconcile, is this here? Is this not? What has happened? But in the watercolors, what we're seeing kind of swirling together is there's a profusion of sort of a blondish color. We've got a lot of kind of darker colors along the edge and this kind of iridescence that's overwhelming all of it in the background. It all kind of swirls together. And eventually we see a very, very small girl with very, very curly hair who looks a lot like Sierra, but with blonde hair, the golden eyes, no tattoos. And maybe 6 years old, if that. Very, very small, very adorable, very small. And she's with a woman that we as the audience all recognize from the flashback or from the one-shot episode of The Missing Opal as her mom, who looks a little less, who also looks a little bit younger, a little less severe, a little less the age is kind of wearing on her. They're sitting before a fire, and you can tell just from both of their mannerisms that they're the only ones in the house. Ferris isn't there. He's off God knows fucking where. And it looks like we've entered the scene in the same, like, it's still that dreamy kind of watercolor effect. But they've entered the scene with, and it looks like her mom is about to say something heavy. She's got sort of like this tenseness in her shoulders. She's kind of clasped her hands in front of another. She takes a big deep breath, and then she kind of reaches for Sierra's like very, very small little hands. Sweetheart, there's something that I'm going to have to tell you that I need you to understand is part of why it can feel so difficult to be here in the home. All right?
What is it, Mama?
So, I'm sure you've noticed you don't look anything like your father. You have my hair, you have unique eyes, and you have a very, very clever eye for finding the shiny things in the mind, and even clever hands for getting them out of the spaces. What I need you to know, and what is something that, and she kind of like pauses, and it looks like she's trying to find the right words, and she like ruffles your curls a little bit. And then she takes kind of a deep breath, and her voice breaks just a little bit on like an exhale. What I need you to know is that the reason that Ferris can be so hard on you is that by all, in all truthfulness, you are not actually his child. You are still mine. You are still mine in every way that counts, by blood, by birth, quite literally, in everything else. But Ferris is not your father. And sometimes I think that fact angers him to a point where he loses track of how to continue pretending to be what he should. And I'm only telling you because I don't want you to think that this is something normal or usual. And it has nothing to do with you at all. I'm very glad you're here. I love you very much. It's simply that sometimes we must endure the hardships that can come from the decisions that our parents have made. She's kind of looking askance, like, that would be me right now.
I'm on the verge of tears right now.
I'm so sorry. So yeah, and she then gets kind of a dreamy almost look, which you've not ever seen on your mom's face before, because your mother, because she has to deal with Ferris all day, which you kind of understood that as a kid. She gets this dreamy, far off, hopeful look that you've never seen on her face before, ever, which honestly might scare you a little bit because it is so unusual. Like, that doesn't happen here. And her eyes kind of glaze over just a little tiny bit, and her voice gets a little softer, and she kind of leans forward, and she is a wizard, as we said, correct?
Yeah, she's a wizard.
She casts prestidigitation, which gives you like a little illusory kind of terrain thing. She casts it a couple times, and you see this really lovely little miniature, like, lit up scene of what you guess is like her, because it's like her in her favorite color, and this tall, like, broad golden guy, who looks nothing like Ferris, even in this little silhouette version. And she kind of does this and lets it play out. And she's telling me this story as she's doing it. At least just a little under 7 years ago, I met this incredible man who wasn't truly a man because and she flexes her fingers a little and the thing bursts out and the man grows wings of this beautiful golden, like white gold almost. He was everything that I had wanted, and he was also something that I couldn't have for ever because he was in service because of who he was. And she looks kind of at you, and you notice that the gold is about the same color as your eyes, which she doesn't point out, but it's something that you as a kid just kind of are aware of. She kind of gestures a little bit, and the two kind of like give a nice little hug kind of thing. He was sworn to his god, to his duty as an Azamar, a protector of all that is good and righteous. But with that duty came obligation, and he had to go. He had to go deep, and she flexes her fingers again, and it looks like he's going into this huge, like, dark cave that almost looks like it has teeth coming out of it because of the stalagmites and stalactites. He had to go deep into the maw, into the abyss, and deal with all of the evil that dwells within. And because of that, he couldn't come back and be a proper father or a proper husband. But Ferris, and she flexes her fingers again, and now a slightly dull, kind of navy bluish guy comes into the screen, which looks, you can tell from the silhouette, is Ferris. He's been there to pick up the pieces, and he swore that he could be what was needed, but I don't know that he always remembers that. And I needed to let you know this because, again, it's not because of anything that you have ever done. And she kind of like holds your little shoulders like very tightly and like makes really deep eye contact. It's not because of anything from you, Sierra. It's never been because of you. It's just a situation beyond control. It's just something that we have to endure as good citizens, and one day it will be better. We'll both have our own homes and won't be under this anymore.
Yes, Mama.
Okay. And she like kind of scoop, because you're still very, very small, she kind of just like scoops you up and uses her magic to kind of do one of the nicer lullabies that she's done for you before. And just kind of lets that play out for a bit until the dream you kind of falls back to sleep.
That's not nice.
Yeah. I love you. It's what you all have to look forward to.
I have to find my fucking dad in the Underdark now. Fuck. Motherfucker!
What's on that?
Right there, it says he went into Hematite Abyss. Right there in my notes. Your page is full. I need a new page for Paige. Paige needs a new page.
I think Paige is full. Paige is at capacity.
We love you.
I love you too. I promise I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm just trying to tell a good story. And I'm just
You are
making
not
sure that I
mutually
keep very good
exclusive.
notes.
At the end of the day, we have no one to blame but ourselves for giving Ben the ammunition.
Darren, just know you're fucking next.
Let me do reverse order here.
I'm not the
Okay.
only one getting a mom flashback tonight.
Maybe. There are others.
I want to see the mom flashback because I want to see you cry.
Yup. Let's see.
If I'm crying, you're crying with me.
Super, Sink, and Florida. Okay. So, four. So yeah, basically everybody's got 2 potentials that you might have tonight, and whichever one is left, you might have tomorrow. So for the next one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For the next one, of the people that are currently asleep, let's see. Yep. Okay, so of the people that are currently asleep, and for this, well then, alrighty. So, there's another kind of wash of that watercolor effect that kind of clears everything out, makes it go to kind of this dull gray state. And we can almost see the brush kind of going through everything as it's resetting the canvas kind of. And then it kind of it starts rebuilding itself sort of how it did with Sierra's, in that, but this one is much darker overall. It has much harsher, more craggy shapes of it. A lot of them, and it looks like from the sky above, it looks like somebody washed it over with like a blue, black, and then flecked it with splashes of white and yellow to make a star-studded skyscape. That's a word. And then in the middle of all of this, looking out over everything, we see a figure that is coming into being. It looks like roughly human-sized in sort of reddish armor. That's being carefully filled in, gold symbol on the chest, kind of standing and keeping guard at some kind of post. So we see them looking around, and as we continue kind of zooming in, we can see Drax a bit more carefully, as he was first introduced was a little while back. So no blue tattoos, very simplistic kind of armor, and he's actually got a guard's pin on his on the cloth part of the upper chest of his armor, and a much more run-of-the-mill, let's say, sword at his waist. It looks like it's just him alone at this post, and you can tell from the way that he's kind of glancing back and forth that that's not usual. Normally there should be 2 people. But he's kind of rocking back and forth, trying to figure out what exactly is going on, and isn't really sure what's happening. Drax, you would have been the normal person that would have been on watch with you. Like, we know it would have been a dwarf because granite, but normally he's a pretty punctual guy, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, usually everyone is very punctual in Granite. It's a very tight ship with the guards. So, yeah, this is definitely fucking weird.
Gotcha. Yeah, the whole thing is a little bit odd, honestly. It's late enough at night. No one else is really out. Like, it's past midnight at this point. Funnily enough, you got the short straw. So you had one of the late shifts. Seems like you've been getting those a lot lately, though, so who fucking knows? You can tell that something just does not seem right. And right as you're about to turn and maybe go back to the main guards post, kind of check in to see what's going on with this, from the side, like as you're turning, you get fucking blindsided by a big ass rock. Big ass rock. Just whoo, dazes you, sends you to your knees, completely unexpected. And then there's just this flurry and with the watercolors, it's depicted as like a small reddish smear surrounded by a bunch of overlapping black that keeps getting swiped over and over, and there's the sound of hitting and punching and kicking and everything that just keeps colliding, and the red starts to trickle out in little bits here and there, but it's a deeper, darker red than your armor actually is, and it just keeps pummeling over and over, and you don't hear anything, which honestly might be a little bit scarier, because that rock hit. You didn't hear anything before that rock hit, but it did, and you can hear the punches, but they're not making a sound. They are utterly controlled, utterly contained, and they are showing you no mercy. And roll me a con save.
Ten.
Okay. And it just seems to go on to the point where you almost feel like you're looking at it from above and not necessarily reliving it yourself. It's just something that continues on and on. And it's odd because in the background you can almost hear thunder, but you can't quite tell if it's actually thunder or if it's just the continued thud of them hitting you over and over and over again. Eventually, it stops. They draw back, still utterly silent. You can barely even hear the scuffle of their boots on the ground, and you kind of get the hint because you can barely see through one eye that isn't swollen shut yet. It looks like they even took off their armor, so they didn't have a penalty to their stealth as they were moving around to jump you like a bunch of bandits in the night. You can still see out of one eye. You roll yourself over onto one side. That fucking hurts. You're not sure what is or isn't broken or fractured or what have you, but all you really know is people who were that careful to be under no notice by anyone in this town have something to lose if they are noticed, which means you need to leave. So roll me another con check just to see if you get going.
Oy. 14.
Okay, this one's a little bit easier because now you're fueled a little bit by this anger that's just building, because this is your home. This is the place where you're supposed to be safe. This is where you're supposed to be and have been helping the people. You've been doing everything that you're supposed to do. You've been doing everything you've been raised and taught. Even though, sure, you're not a dwarf, that shouldn't fucking matter because you're doing what you're supposed to do. And this is what you got. And at the moment, there's a little bit of, I'm guessing, how dare they? So you roll your feet, stagger a bit, crawl forward, get back to your feet, and manage to stagger into the town proper and over to your father's shop. And there above the mantle, where it's always been, is Orbane. How long does it take you to pick it up?
It took me about... Sorry. Took me about 5 minutes to really think this through. And I took the sword from my side, dropped it to the ground, and grabbed Orbane and a couple of other supplies, rations, bedroll. Got my bag and just left.
There was a sense of rightness when you picked it up, which just kind of reaffirmed that you felt that you were making the right choice in this. And as you left, you could hear a storm rolling in from the mountains behind you. And that thunder was way closer than it had any right to be, considering how far off the storm should have been. But it was that crash and bang and rumble that preceded your fleeing into the night from the obviously unwanted hatred that a lot of people had for you here that you could never explain why. And that was your first night on your own. That rumbling swirls a little bit more and then blanks out the canvas again. And then there's a little bit of a scene shift. And we go back to it being the normal depiction of the camp. But the camera kind of hovers over and lingers over Sierra, who's looking, I'm guessing, at least a little distraught. I don't honestly know if she's actually crying. I'm not going to make that decision.
She's crying in her sleep.
Totally fair. And then it hovers back over to Drax, who I'm guessing all balled up in fury.
Balled up, shuddering from utter rage, and clutching Orbane to his chest. Even his hand is on the blade, and his hand is kind of bleeding a little bit just from the sheer clutching.
Yeah. So that thrumming kind of comes back as like an audio cue for the audience watching, and eventually for you guys. There's kind of a softening in the thing, and the dream sort of dissipates a bit. So you guys are actually, it doesn't interfere with your rest at all. You still get a full night's rest and everything. And it makes it a little less heartbreaking for your character specifically. Like, it's not like a thing you relive all night. It was just, a dream in the sequence. But yeah. And then second watch happens. Are you guys okay?
Jiminy Christmas.
Ben?
I'm shaking just listening to what's happening for you guys.
Hey, are you okay?
That is a grumpy face.
No.
Oh no.
Oh, honey, it's okay.
I knew you were gonna play that fucking scene.
To be entirely fair, I have a D8 that I, will reroll depending on who's currently asleep, and then a D4 to decide which of the two scenarios it is. I'm being as impartial as I can. I'm just making whatever happens happen. Okay, so I just want to make it clear, I'm not trying to call anybody out. I'm not trying to pick on anyone specifically. I just really wanted to explore these cool past scenes, and this magic fucking forest is the best place to do it.
Yeah, but deep-seated childhood trauma, being told your father is not your father.
Exactly.
Ouch.
At 6 years old.
Also,
Smooth.
additional fact, you guys do have total recall of the things that you learned in the dream when you wake up. So if it was something that maybe Sierra had repressed or just didn't remember about that conversation, you now know factually for certain what you were told, by the way.
She would have known that she's not her dad's father, but she probably repressed just that memory of being told at 6. She only remembers like her later years of being told.
Like
she
she might not have remembered
being told when she was just a fucking child.
Oh yeah, like it may not have been important that like he was actually an Azamar or that he went into this specific place. It was just like, all right, well, Ferris isn't my real dad, and that's why he's a dick.
Yeah.
Which was like the key thing that you got from that because you were small.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Asimar and cleric thing wasn't brought up again, like later on.
Yeah, no, it was just that one and done.
You're not my dad!
You're not my real
fucking
dad.
care. You're still gonna marry this guy.
Fucking marshmallow head motherfucker.
But yeah.
But yeah, Sierra's just curled up crying.
That's fair. She still has a few more hours to sleep, actually peacefully. You're not gonna have 2 flashbacks in a row, I promise.
No promises she's gonna do something insane when she wakes up.
Like tuck her hair.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah.
She has a wizard.
But yeah. So it's second watch.
Second watch.
What, Nate?
That I'm now devotion is asleep and I'm afraid.
So yeah. So now it's second watch. It's Flortma, Drax, and Isla. If you guys have anything you want to go over before we go back into heartbreak, you're more than welcome.
I mean, is Drax shaken up?
Oh, as much as Drax got like decent rest, he looks groggy as fuck. Like he does not look happy whatsoever.
Oh.
And he's just sitting. He usually puts like a moderate like amount of tobacco in his pipe. You can actually see that it's like full. And
You can smell the difference in the amount of smoke coming off of it, honestly.
And he takes a long drag and just
Are you doing okay?
if I lie to you, you're gonna know. So no, not really, but it's nothing.
If it was nothing, then you wouldn't be struggling.
Turn his words back on him.
She's putting on a front.
I know it. I love it.
Just had a bad dream. Not really a dream, just more of a reoccurring memory that I'm not too particularly fond of.
She puts a hand on his knee. It's gonna be okay.
I hope so.
Do you need a hug?
I would love a hug, dear.
And throws her arms around him. Hugs him real tight.
Just a okay.
Yes, more fluff.
No, I'm gonna hold you here. Just give me a second. A little longer.
All right. Okay.
And then she like waits. And then let's go.
It's unamused. The guy looks so unamused. Sorry. It's like, what are you doing? Minute way.
It's just, it's not fun to revisit the memory of random fucking hatred. I won't go into too much detail, but I left home not because I was like I had a cause or anything. I left home because I felt like I was forced to.
Runaway buddies. I know how that feels.
Yeah.
But just gotta stay positive. That's all we can do. We're here now, you know? You're here now.
That's very true. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have the only regret I have about leaving is not telling Ma and Da. But at the same time, I'm glad I left because I never would have found Sierra again. Would never met the rest of them. And I never would have met you.
There's good in everything. Just gotta find it.
I think I found it.
Out of character. Oh! How do you know?
Dwarven intuition.
Zing turns over in his sleep and is like,
I personally love the thought that Flortma's just like doing his job, chilling, and be like, "Oh, look at those kids working shit out. Great."
That's a point. Can like Drax kind of see Flortma anywhere? Like see him kind of.
That's my bad.
Sarah, fuck you.
Oh.
I posted a TikTok. My bad.
Oh.
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 Continue.
Yeah.
What about Flortma?
Like, can Drax kind of see like Flortma like either doing his job or whether he's eavesdropping because he's a judgmental prick?
Flortma is always eavesdropping.
How much of that did you hear, Flortma?
I didn't hear anything.
Inside check that motherfucker.
I was about to say, can I inside check too?
Sure.
Flortma is nothing if not discreet.
Not when you get a slutty 20,
Ooh.
motherfucker.
You can tell, I'm
23.
guessing, that despite the fact that Flortma did indeed hear things because he's a goddamned elf, and it's not like you were trying to be that quiet, he's also not going to say anything to anybody because it's not his place to do so.
Flortma, I can feel your gaze from here.
And she's blind.
I'm just keeping watch.
Uh-huh.
How are you holding up, Flortma?
I'm good.
Oh, I wanted to thank you for, sticking up for me.
No,
I
don't-
didn't get a chance to say it.
You don't have to.
Because that's what dads do.
It meant a lot to me. I want you to know. And she casts Druidcraft and makes a whole bunch of hollyhock flowers, crafts the flower crown, and puts it on his head. It's a really nice, elaborate one.
And he still has his hair up in the high ponytail, too.
Flortma just accepts it. Thank you.
You look fabulous as fuck.
Of course he does.
Florma, out of curiosity,
Hmm?
when did you know Anubis called to you?
It's a story for another time.
Out of character. God fucking damn it! Secretive bitch. In character. I don't know. We got time.
It's a story for another time.
All right.
Once you tell us, it'll be quite the story.
That's for sure.
It will.
Can I confide in you in something?
Of course.
I think a certain deity has taken interest in me. And I'd be kind of avoiding him.
Which god is that?
Thor.
Thor.
God of Thunder, Isla.
I'm aware. I'm
Just
not
making sure.
Look, I'm not stupid.
Drag him.
I'm just going to take my foot out of my mouth.
You imply that my bean is stupid and I will cut your bean off.
Let me just say that Anubis was very direct.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
I don't know what he has planned for me, and there's a part of me that is open to it, and there's another part of me that's scared as shit. So
We never know what the gods have planned for us. And fear is good.
Yeah, if we knew, it'd make it too easy, wouldn't it?
Fear will keep you alive.
True. True.
Or kill you faster.
Thanks, Isla.
Look, she's been living in fear her entire life. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine, dear. And Dratz just kind of pulls her in closer and rests her head on his shoulder. It's okay.
You're so comfy.
I've been told. This forest, man, I don't trust it.
I don't like it.
I think it's pretty.
Mm.
You forget, I see the good in everything.
Do you?
I guess you can't see, but.
All right.
Beauty hides a. There's a certain level of beauty that hides a bit of evil, Isla. I mean, take Sierra.
Am I evil?
No.
Meanwhile, he has no idea his little sister is crying her eyes out as she sleeps.
Poor baby.
I mean, Sierra's not evil. But boy, hell, does she play the mischief card like she was born for it.
Just like a raven, wouldn't you say?
Fuck.
Did anyone else just hear that ethereal voice just now?
You heard a tail pulling, right?
Fucking trees are talking to me again.
It's the Ents.
We just said hello.
That's all you fucking say.
Treebeard just
I mean-
appears out of fucking nowhere.
I mean, the way that you two interact with each other still has me puzzled, but
That's a little something called sibling rivalry. It sounds mean, but it's all an endearment.
Hey, guys, I'll be right back. I have to just pass him.
Okay. At the end of the day, I know that if I need her, she will be there, and that's all siblings do. Take the piss out of each other, but when needed, they got your back.
I wish I had a sibling. Maybe it was best it was just me.
I am gonna say there are perks and cons to both.
Fair enough. Ben, I swear to God. Ben.
Okay, that laugh.
I see that.
Not
face.
again. That laugh.
Yeah,
No.
damn laugh. Embrace it. Hear it.
What the fuck?
Nothing.
What the fuck?
Nothing at all.
Fuck you.
Just forget it ever happened.
You son of a bitch.
That laugh is so good.
Look, I'm already terrified enough as it is.
You all should be.
Anyway.
I gave you one sentence and you hit me back with like 2 words, and in all of that, nothing but fear. I gave you way too much free reign with this.
Are you sure?
Stop
Are
it.
you sure about that?
Nope.
I'm scared.
Nope.
This is even
look,
my fucking
Ben.
flashback, and I'm scared.
Man, if it makes you feel any good, you just put me into straight bottom mode with that.
Yes! I have succeeded. I can't do this in person, however.
That's like how Sarah is.
That's a fucking.
I can write it and
That's a fucking
pretend it, but I can't do it. Like even
Congratulations.
I'm not gonna finish
Congratulations.
that sentence.
Can
Anyway,
I just say that with Sarah and Darren cosplay, it's just screaming top.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're missing the ears though.
Good go.
See, and then when I get into fucking Xana or Redlocks, then it's like top.
Okay. Redlocks though.
Look at me. Look at me. I'm just a bottom.
Anyway, continuing.
So,
Yeah, I'm done with my roleplay.
I was
cool.
going to.
There was a wild Jerome.
Hey, kitty. So yeah. So I rolled my numbers. I need one of them to get back. There we go. Oh, perfect.
Both of them came back at the same time, so we have no fucking clue until it starts.
Perfect. So, you guys at the fire are having a nice time. Drax, like the fire kind of warms you a little bit and kind of helps to take some of that remaining, remember, just coldness from your heart, basically, like that knot of ice that formed in your stomach at that memory. Kind of helps to dissipate it a little, especially because you are around like your kind of your newfound found family. It helps. It's nice. But you have sort of some additional recall of that night, which can only honestly help you in the long run. You're not sure what the fuck it came from, but there it is, I guess. Sure. So there's more of that. In this case, it actually does it as like water droplets ping on the screen and disturb the image of our actual camera, and then coalesce back into a swirling kind of grayish greenish, swirling kind of grayish greenish canvas. And it eventually kind of goes back into a coalescence of a very small green girl with tusks who's crouching in the brush, who has some additional like mud smeared on different parts of her face. Her hair's kind of tied back in a bunch of different braided things. She's got a single humanoid looking tooth on a leather thong around her neck that looks like it's been there for quite a while. No? Okay, never mind then.
Wait a minute. Is this scenario 1 or scenario 2? Oh yeah, no, that'd be there.
Yeah. Also, you're in brush, not in mine.
Sorry, it took me a minute.
No, it's fine.
I'm talking about anybody right now.
So single humanoid tooth around her neck on a leather thong. Looks like it's been there for a little while. And she's crouched in the brush, and you can see as the camera kind of fades out a little bit, you can see some additional larger green women kind of etched in next to her with that same watercolor brush. And they're all waiting, barely breathing, staring straight ahead. And then there's that kind of deep grumbly sound of a bear. Just stomping a little bit closer. And you can see the brush kind of etching out the really scraggly, the really ruffled fur. It's a deep brown. This thing is big. There's a few kind of things that focus in on the long curving claws, the big mouthful of hugely sharp teeth as it yawns in the night with the moon gleaming off of them. It's kneeling by a small creek that's got some fish that are kind of jumping, and it looks like it's waiting there, just trying to swipe at some of the fish as they kind of go by. And Sutha, you can hear some of the Sky Mothers talking back and forth to each other in Orcish, trying to figure out the best way to approach it so they can take it out. And you have the thought that if you just charge and plant your spear at the base of its skull, it'll go down. So I want you to roll me athletics.
This is my nice story, guys. So nobody panic.
You cannot die in your flashbacks.
I could break your heart though.
Yeah.
That would be a 24.
Ooh, even better. So you, without waiting for the Sky Mother's approval, even your adoptive mother who's there with you, you just decide you're gonna go for it. You've been through literal hell and back by this time, because right around now you're maybe 10. You're getting close to being a full adult. It's you know, you can do this. You heft your spear, and it's almost as long as you are, and it's made out of a thick branch that you can barely get your hands around, and they're tiny child hands because again you are 10. But it's got a wicked looking, just slightly curved spear point on it, and you're ready. You heft it in your hand, you take a deep breath, you hear your adoptive Sky Mother like draw in a breath, and you can almost feel more than see her reach out to stop you, and you fucking bolt. You take off across this area, and once you leave this brush, there is no cover between you and this bear. It is fully open by the creek side. There's a few larger rocks. It's mostly just gravel and sand, but you're going for it. You can do this. You know how to do this. So you are pelting for it. Your feet barely make any sound on this sand. You're doing your best to actually avoid any of the rocks. And by the time the bear feels your first foot fall against its back, it's too late for it. You step right up its back as though it was a fucking staircase. You lift your spear up high and you jam it right there at the base of its spine, or at the top of its spine, base of its neck. and it goes in, and you can almost hear the bear go, huh? As all of its breath kind of gets exhaled before you twist, and it just drops underneath you. And it's still there. You can tell. You can also tell that it's not quite gone yet. So you take the spear, you twist it again, and then you can see the life just kind of drain out of one of its eyes that you can still see. Merciful death, remarkably clean for the age that you are. And it was fast. It was so fast. It's so much so that you kind of feel a kinship with the bear. You're not old enough to truly choose your totem path at this point. You haven't reached that level. But you can almost feel the bear, even though it's not happy about moving on, it can appreciate that today you were the greater predator. It can acknowledge that. And you kind of get this brush against your cheek that almost feels like fur. And you feel like a slight warmth in your muscles, as though you're just a little tiny bit stronger before it kind of fades off into the distance. The Sky Mothers come out. They're a little pissed. They're kind of, there's some shouting, there's some chastising, but there's not as much heart in it as there would be if you had fucked up. Because to be completely honest, you did way better than even some of their adult predator or their adult hunters could have done. You just did it. You listened to your heart, you went for it, and you succeeded. And they take one of the teeth of the bear, one of its actual canines, one of the long ones. They take it out and they turn and present it to you to add to the necklace that you've already got going, because they know that you've earned it on this night. Did you accept it? Your adoptive mother doesn't necessarily hug you. That's not super something that they always did, but she does sort of set her hand down on top of your head with amid all of your many braids and lots of beads and things, and kind of like puts it down and does a really deep ruffle and like pat stroke. And she looks at you. You did well. You've brought down what we needed. You've provided for the family. No one could ask more of their daughter. But should you want to do more, I will be there to support your decision. And then they said about teaching you how to skin the kill that you made that's like 7 times your size. It's a long lesson, but it's a good one. You get a part of the pelts as sort of your due for being the one who actually slayed it, because it was all you. You get a good piece of the meat for it as well, and they also spread the word back at camp, back at home, that Sutha, bearer of teeth, is the one that brought down the bear. She is the one that provided. She is the one who should be praised. And that was the basis for your selection in finding out what the hell was happening in the kingdom when the death patches started appearing. They don't all have to be sad.
We had one happy one. Yay!
Yeah, it's a good thing we did that one instead of the other one. Like, are you going to be doing our other ones too, or no?
Yeah, whichever one I didn't do tonight is going to be done the next time.
Oof.
By the way.
Oh, I was about to say it. I'm not gonna. I'm like, oh, better this one than this one. Sutha just rolls over in her sleep. She looks up at the canopy. I'm supposing, even though it is nighttime and it's like super dark, I'm supposing that like there's bugs that are illuminating or stuff like that. Like she's looking up at the canopy. She pulls her necklace out of her shirt and
that thing.
yeah, and finds the bear tooth.
Yeah, you got several more on there now.
She's got like 40 on there now.
Yeah. Turns out you were good at the hunting thing.
Yeah. No. She doesn't have many of animal teeth on there. Most of them are
I didn't say you were hunting animals. Well, I mean, kind of.
Yeah, no, most of the teeth on her necklace are people she's killed. So
they had it coming.
Yeah. So she looks at the bear tooth and she knows exactly which one it is. And she just she holds it and I don't want to say does a prayer because she doesn't do that. But
you maybe send, it might be more a thing of like you sort of send some kind of goodwill toward the tribe. Because it might not be necessarily that you're spiritual, but there would be an understanding of like if you wish good things upon someone, it's more likely to happen.
I don't want to say she does it to a tribe though. I want to say she does it to the bear.
Oh, fair. Yeah, because the bear's your totem animal now.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, because like technically as a totem warrior, you're able to pick different ones. So far, it's just been the bear.
I mean, that's bear. The bear was always the one that I was like, yeah, no, fuck that. Let's go with the bear.
Both. I'm telling you, can I have a baby bear cub? Por favor.
You cannot have a baby bear.
You can't.
You have a dog.
But it would be adorable to have a little baby freaking bear cub on her back.
You have a dog.
Think it.
Well, bears are just really, really big dogs.
I mean,
enough out of you.
I am all for this. I think we should get.
Y'all are not getting more pets. There would have to be a good goddamned reason for somebody else to get an additional pet.
Owlbear?
I mean, I'm a cleric of the Raven Queen.
You might get a raven, but I don't know if it would necessarily be your pet. More is like, hey, I'm here.
I literally have animal handling. I have the ability to speak with animals. I have the ability to
look. We'll see what happens.
To an animal.
I am guaranteeing.
I should have another one.
We just give up adventuring and start a menagerie.
Yeah, my god is a jackal, so I want a pseudo dragon, but I would take a jackal.
Everyone's gonna come out of this fucking forest with a pseudo dragon.
We're all just much to the TM chagrin, we all managed to steal random animals.
I want a baby black bear.
Okay, whose turn is it now to either be happy or be traumatized?
Don't
well,
that. Real traumatized. So I'm sorry.
No, I'm happy you weren't. Next time.
Sorry.
Next time.
But yeah, Sutha, kind of, she actually, you know what? I'm gonna make her get up. She gets up for a second. She goes for a little walk in the woods, but she knows where she is.
Yeah. Like a walk around the base of the giant oak tree.
Yeah. And she just reminisces, basically. She's just like, that's like one of the very few good memories she has. So that's about it.
No, totally fine. So yeah, we see that. Eventually you settle back down to sleep. It was just kind of like a break, for lack of better words. And then you head on back to bed. Because like I said, this is not interfering with anybody's sleep pattern for the night. You're also going to get a full night's rest, so don't worry about that at all. And again, you will have full recall of whatever you experienced, and you can share it as you like with other people in the party. But until you share it, no one in the party will know it. Just FYI. So yeah. So, as you're settling back down to sleep, we see that water drop effect as the canvas of the screen is swirling again. It swirls for a little while longer and comes back in with a lot more dark shades than we've seen so far. But those kind of eventually it kind of coalesce into what looks like a room of some kind, maybe like a living room. It's got a nice couch. It's got a roaring fire. It looks kind of homey. And as it's kind of zooming back into that, we see a very small elf child with bright red hair just kind of rush across the screen and then rush back the other way. And he's being chased playfully by a much older adult elf woman with a similar reddish colored hair, but hers is a bit more auburn, whereas his more a little bit of a brighter red. And she's sort of chasing after him, and she's saying, "I'm gonna get you! I'm gonna get you!" And you can tell just from the pitch of everything, he's giggling, he's laughing, he's almost choking with how much he's laughing. He's very small at this point, even by elf standards. He's maybe like 4, if that. And eventually, as he's heading back across the screen at one point, the mother scoops him up out of the range, and he lets out a peal of giggles. And she does that thing that some moms do, where she like hikes his shirt up and like blows a raspberry on his stomach. To which the child just erupts into even more giggles and everything else. And she sort of then moves him over, hikes him up on her hip, and says, "So, Elian, what do you think that we should make today? Do you want to make cupcakes or sweetbread?"
Cupcakes.
All right, we can do that. Boop on nose. And she sets over. We follow the watercolor scene over to a really nice little kitchen. It's a bit brighter than some of the other parts, and you can see that because of the stove in here, there's actually like a specific vent that kind of goes up to the surface of wherever the fuck y'all are. And it lets some sunlight down in there additionally, and she's got a series of mirrors set up that reflect the sunlight around the room to help make it even brighter without necessarily needing additional firelight. So yeah, so she plops you on the counter, hands you a bowl, pours some stuff in there, and says, "Now, remember, we need to mix until it's smooth, okay?"
Okay.
Good. So she sets you to doing that. She opens another drawer, pulls out just a small knife, and pulls out a hunk of what we recognize as chocolate, and twirls the knife around very, very skillfully, despite the fact that it looks close to a fucking cleaver. Just twirl, 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 and then sets about to chopping a bunch of the chocolate up. So lots of chopping, and eventually just dumps that into what Elian is mixing up. And she sort of looks on it and looks up at you and says, "So, we need a fruit. Do you think cherries or raspberries?"
You want to have strawberries?
We can do strawberries. It'll be the last, but they're your father's favorite. And she goes over to the cooler box. It's got like a magic spell on it to make it stay cold. She goes over to that, pulls a little carton of strawberries out, and again does the chop, chop, chop thing. And puts all of the little things aside. Eventually does pull out one very small strawberry, takes off the green bit, and gives it to you to eat just as it is.
And I also try and steal one of the pieces of chocolate while her back was turned and worried about the strawberries.
Yes, you can.
Yay!
We, the audience, can see her glance down at the thing and glance back up at you. She smiles a little bit, but doesn't say anything. Dumps the strawberries in. She continues, like, you guys kind of sing a little song in Elvish about like stirring everything until it's completely smooth, to kind of reinforce that. And then she pulls out the tin. You put everything in there to make the cupcakes. And then she's working on stirring up the icing while giving you little tastes from your own spoon. When you're
like trying to dip the spoon like constantly.
She eventually honestly just kind of pours a little tiny cup of the icing and just gives it to you.
It's fucking everywhere.
It's basically like the size of like one that you get for cinnamon rolls in like Pillsbury cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
They've got it's like that size. So it's not gonna like destroy a kid's diet, but it's still a sweet treat. She eventually just gives that to you because she's like, I need the rest of this for the cupcakes. You know, you eat that. So, and as she's stirring, we're kind of getting a better look around the area. We see a lot of onyx and silver kind of in the various stuff. So it's in the cutlery, it's in the walls themselves, it's the knobs of the cabinets and things like that. It's just kind of all around, just subtly there. And we also notice as we're kind of seeing her that she's got a knife belt that looks like it's currently kind of piece tied so that a small child, say, won't be able to pull the knives from her belt, but they're still there. She's got a few more that are hidden that we can kind of see just as flashes as she's moving around, but that a child wouldn't be aware of. Like she's got 2 different ones into thigh sheaths. She's got additional ones hidden in her boots. There's a slight click to her boots as she's walking that lets you know that she's probably got an additional one hidden as like a certain stomp mechanic in the sole of one of her boots, if not both. And as she's turning, there's along her spine, there is this very lovely metal work, but we can see that it has a hilt on it, which means she can probably just draw it out quickly to use as a blade itself. So who knows? What I'm saying is she is strapped with weapons all the time. But the small elf child, Elian, has no comprehension of this, does not seem to find it unusual, but also does not actively reach for any of the knives that are currently like there. So they're apparently always there, or he knows better. One, both, who knows? Eventually there's sort of a rumbling laugh as you guys have just put the cupcakes into the oven to start cooking. There's a rumbling laugh and another elf comes into the room. He's a bit of a bigger guy, not quite like a strapping guy. He's still a little bit lean and wiry. A little bit taller than the mother, who he calls Naira as she comes closer. And he gives her a nice little kiss on the cheek. He's got slightly darker hair, but has surprisingly soft features for a guy, especially a man in his particular line of work. Because we can see as he turns, there's a little bit of blood spray along his neck that it looks like he didn't quite wipe off. But he kind of gives her a kiss on the cheek and then scoops his son up and does like a couple of those things of like toss air, catch, toss air, catch. And then hikes him up on his hip and goes, "Did you have a good day with mommy today?"
Yeah, I got strawberries.
Did you eat all of them or do I get some too?
We baked them.
Okay, that's a fair compromise. And they sort of prop you up on the table for a bit while the things are finishing cooking, and they've given you a couple of little things to fiddle with that we as the audience recognize as kid versions of thieves' tools and a small padlock.
I'm imagining like baby keys where they're like red and yellow and shit, but it's a lockpick.
Basically, and like a big old padlock.
Yeah.
And when you and your mother, we can see her put into the middle, there's a strawberry and a raspberry in the center once you pick the lock.
Okay, I work on picking the lock.
Exactly. While you're working on that, there's a small thing that it's a little weird because to this point, Darren, you have been experiencing this as yourself, but there's sort of a subtle shift, and then you're seeing it as yourself currently, looking at your parents conversing while child you is working on the lock. And you can hear a very small shift in their tones. They're trying very hard not to let it get back to you, and they're able to do so because they're adult elves. They know how to manipulate their voices and senses so that it won't bleed over to others. and you can hear your father. What had your damn name? Sorry, you can hear your father, Vidar, who is leaning forward toward Naira. I'm sorry to bring this up now. The blade says he's got something for you to do. In Metal Triplets, something about one of the people there is trying to encroach on our area. I'm not sure. It's supposed to be an easy job, though. I can still go with you if you'd like. And she comes back with, sweetheart, you know, if it's going to be an easy job, there's no reason for you to come with me. And the Metal Triplets it's a cakewalk. even for somebody who hasn't been there in a while. There's no reason to come. You stay here, take care of our child, and I'll be back before you know it. There's no reason for you to come with me here. I know, it seems so, you were just there. I don't understand, or sorry, I was just there. I don't understand why I wouldn't be the one to go back. The Exalted Blade does strange things sometimes, but it's always for the good of the order. It'll be fine. I can't imagine something in Metal Triplets is going to get the better of me. And he sort of, he reluctantly agrees with her and gives her another kiss on the cheek. And around that time, the little magic timer that you have for the cupcakes kind of dings, surprisingly right as tiny Elian manages to pick the lock and it opens.
Got it.
And he gets his strawberry. And Naira turns around, takes the cupcakes out of the oven, uses a fan to kind of cool them down a little bit so that you can ice them. And the dream actually will end with you kind of going back into your kid self and enjoying that last set of cupcakes that you had. And you have this very clear memory that this was the last time that you ever saw your mom alive before everything changed. And the dream kind of shifts a little bit, coalesces back, and you're back in a more like neutral state of dreamless sleep for the rest of your trance.
I'm fucking crying.
Yeah, he's
I saw it coming. I could see it. And just like, oh wait, oh what's that? Oh, look at all these knives. Oh, stab. Ah!
Are you guys okay?
Y'all, that was the good one.
No.
But
also,
oh, well, it's fine until the knife at the end.
Question, this is for my notes. What's his dad's name again?
Vidar. V-I with a chicka. D-A-R-R. I think that's how you pronounce it. Mitch, please tell me if I'm not doing it.
Vidar. I assumed it was pronounced Vidar.
Vidar.
You're muted. I can't hear you.
You're muted. When I was muted.
Is it the D with the slash on the stalk?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it's a very.
That.
Yep. That's a very. It's a very.
Is like instead of a
no, it's a very soft th. It's a th.
Vidar.
Like you, yeah, Vidar.
Okay. Cool. Vidar. Okay. Got it.
Don't worry, that one got me the first time. Anytime I try to learn it.
Who are you?
That was not nice.
It was really sweet though, mostly.
Yeah, but then you made him pan out into his adult self. That was not nice.
It needed
it's helpful to know.
It was called Metal Triplets?
Yes.
I have it in my notes, Metal Triplets.
Which I actually have the map. Metal Triplets
Which is where the everything gets their iron, steel, and other
Metal Triplets is the city. Fuck. There you are. It's a city like right smack dab close in the southern middle of the Ozers that is where you get your silver, gold, and copper from that people then use a lot of to make actual jewelry.
That's not too far from granite and black opal. I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Like,
closer to
few
them than a
days
lot of
journey.
the other cities, but yeah, they're in the mountains. But honestly, those three kind of form like a trifecta. They're roughly like a day, 2 days max travel from each other. But they're firmly in the Azure Mountains. And as you remember, the specifically you, Deeren, remember the base of the order isn't tied to a specific town. It's just kind of buried in the middle of the Azures. So you're not sure what the fuck the reason was to go after somebody in metal triplets, but damned if the blade didn't want you to do it or want your mom to do it. And of course, you know, child you didn't really get the connection, but adult you was able to connect some dots and realize some things.
Because even in his sleep, he has the perception of a fucking god.
Yeah. So yeah, you have some additional information now. And we finally got to see your dad.
You definitely, in his adult state, would have taken some time to just study his mom's face.
Oh yeah.
And he's woke up and just kind of wipes away a little tears.
Totally understandable. It is now third watch. We have two traumatized people. And Zink.
Yeah. Sierra. Oh, there's a Rachel. Sierra, immediately upon waking up, she kind of quietly gasps as she wakes up, and tears have stained down her face. She's like nervously like running her hands through her hair. It's like longer now and like all kind of like, and she just stops, grips it tight, and without really just thinking, she just grabs the straight razor that Rayla gave her, and like where she would normally grab her hair when she's anxious, she starts shearing it off to try to cut that habit of anxiously grabbing her hair. Because whenever she has bad dreams, whatever, she always like grabs her hair and she's just like, no, I need to get over this. And she's just like, this is gonna help me get over it. Just take away that habit.
Fair enough.
She's not even thinking at the moment. She's not even thinking like, if I go out there, people are gonna notice my hair's gone. She's just like, I gotta get rid of this. This is making me anxious. She'll just like take the rest of it, kind of just bundle it up, bury it into the ground nearby if she can, and then get up, get ready for her watch.
Totally fine. Deeren and Zink then both see a newly haircutted Sierra come out of her bunk.
I don't know about you guys, but I slept really well. I love this forest. That's a new look.
Yeah, interesting change of pace, I see.
She's just silent. She just goes to sit down next to Deeren.
Zink's gonna offer you guys both a pastry.
Deeren actually pulls out one of his daggers and looks at Sierra and just says, turn around. And starts picking it up. So it's even. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I just take a pastry from Zink and I just slowly start eating it.
Are you alright?
Bad dream.
Oh. He's gonna like just hug you real quick.
Thank you.
If you want to, I can fly up this tree and take a higher position watch, so you guys can have a little alone time and cover the camp.
Can I smack the gnome very like playfully on the back of the head.
You can try.
Did you just say I can try?
What is that, a deck save?
I think it'd be a deck save to not get clobbered.
Okay.
Fine, I rolled like shit.
15.
Yeah, I rolled a fucking 9 for an unarmed strike.
So Zink's gonna kind of do like a backflip kind of thing, and then cast Fly on himself.
Tell me far enough back. He's the only one affected by this.
Yeah, I would say I rolled like, sort of like rolled down a route, and then cast Fly on myself. It's up to you if you want me to.
Wild magic. And the goddamn verdant forest. In the
I was
middle.
gonna say, I feel like just because, especially because of the location you are, that is full of literal wild magic. We gon' roll.
Okay, I'll do high.
Alright.
High.
You want high?
Yeah.
All right, let me find.
If there's ever a point where
This
it's
could
not
be
just high or
really bad.
Yep.
Or really good.
Tell me back the fuck up.
I'm like still like half asleep as Darren's cutting my hair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what I got. You said high or low?
High.
Okay.
Oh no.
All right.
Gotta keep it interesting.
That's what Zink does. It's 100% what he does.
Yep.
Tell me he turns into a flashbang in the middle of fucking camp. Everyone's awake. I can see that happening.
I don't like that
Giant
face.
fucking light bulb.
I don't like that face.
No, it's fine. It's it's one that we've done before. It's just really fucking funny that it's happening here.
Macarons!
Macarons?
I want it.
I'm jealous. Zake, as you cast Fly, it's kind of funny because a profusion of lovely peacock feathers emerges from your beard and curl out.
Yeah.
And are just there and bobbing in the wind.
Okay. I'm gonna sort of like, just like sort of like do like one of these, and then like do some like ballet motions, and maybe some like synchronized swimming, like just like float up into the tree until I get to like a perch where I can rest.
My expression as he goes up the entire time is just
I need to get out of this fucking forest.
After a few more days.
It's gonna be a while.
You find a nice branch on this very big tree.
Okay.
Actually, while you're up this high, you can kind of see in the distance. Well, sorry, make me a perception check.
Do I have advantage because I have such a fabulous beard? Just kidding. Ooh. As it is nighttime.
I was gonna say, it is nighttime and you're in unfamiliar terrain even despite it, so I think it's just a flat roll.
7.
Okay.
I see.
You get
Nobody
the sense
believes.
that there might be something resembling smoke, like from a campfire, but you're not sure if that's true or if it's just a trick of the light. Like out further east from where you are. But you're not super sure.
Darren?
Yes.
This is Ink. There's some sort of like smoke maybe coming from the east. The east? Question mark? You can respond to this message?
It's probably just someone else camping out. We'll make sure to head that direction when we go looking for this house tomorrow.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out.
Bloody no.
Did he just message you again?
Of course he did.
Did he seriously just grow peacock feathers out of his beard?
Yes.
Or okay, I thought the force was messing with me again.
Me too.
Yeah.
Want to talk about it at all? You know you don't have to.
No, I don't have to, but I kind of want to.
Okay.
I dreamed of my mother. Back when I was probably 6. I guess it was a memory I had locked away in the back of my head for a long time. Because it didn't seem important at the time. But I guess that it all makes sense now that it's popped back up.
I'm guessing from your tone it wasn't a good one.
I mean, it was good in a way. It was like the last time I really saw my mom smile. But it was bad in a way because I think you could tell that I'm not like most humans, you know? And I just point to my eyes.
True. Not exactly like people.
That's because I'm not entirely human.
Okay.
My father is not my real father. He just kind of took me in. My real father is Asama. Apparently he met my mother time for oh my god, it's just all flooding back to me now. I knew there was a reason I repressed that memory.
He just hugs her.
She hugs back. Starts crying a little bit.
There. He just gives her a little kiss on the forehead.
Yeah.
Just look down at Ben.
But once she's like taking a moment to calm down, I've never told anyone that before. You're the first person besides my mom and my stepfather to know. Promise me you won't tell anyone.
Of course.
Thank you. She kind of wipes her eyes a little bit, like whatever makeup she had on, it's like just basically gone at this point.
There.
So did you have a bad dream too, I guess? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
I don't know if it was a bad dream or a good one. I got to see my mother again. That was nice. The last time I saw her.
How old were you?
4.
It's a really young age to lose a mother.
That's the job. That's the thing, though.
What is it?
It didn't make sense.
What didn't make sense?
I was myself when I was a child, but I also wasn't, and I overheard the conversation my parents had that night.
What were
And
the...
that there's no... She was sent on a job by the leader of our group. I don't know why she would have been sent there, or why anything there would have been dangerous enough.
Who was she sent to?
Metal triplets.
That's only a 2 days journey away from my town. Not a lot goes on there.
We're everywhere. You know that by now.
Yeah, figured that out pretty quickly in Emerald.
Sorry about that.
You don't have to apologize. I was the idiot who ran after you.
Still feel like I should. And apparently you won't let me do the same to my friends, seeing as you put money back in my bag.
Yes.
I'm not sorry about that.
I can tell. I appreciate it. I do.
I could tell how much they meant to you. That's why I paid majority of the fee. I don't expect to be paid back at all.
Thank you.
I better not find that 100 gold in my pack, I swear to God. If I do, I know where it came from.
Fair enough.
But I seriously hope we get out of this godforsaken forest soon. Let me tell you, the Fae, you don't want to mess with them.
It's rather fascinating. I've never seen any of these things before.
Somebody grew up sheltered. It was a joke.
Different sort of sheltered, I think, than your...
That was meant to be a joke, okay?
In a way, you're not wrong. I was a city boy. Or I lived at the Order. There was nowhere in between.
Now that you're out here, do you even want to go back?
That is a tricky question. I need my family safe. My whole family.
Wait, old or whole family?
Whole family.
Whole
My
family.
new one and the old. And unfortunately, something tells me whatever I stumbled upon, neither will be until it's dealt with.
I understand. She just kind of lets out a sigh. Kind of glance around. She still can't see in the dark, despite her being not entirely human.
Yeah, I don't have that ability yet.
No. She just what?
I was gonna say Damon probably spent some time like talking about the dream that he had, the fun parts.
Yeah, she would listen in on that. And smile. Sounds like your mother was a wonderful person.
She was, from what I can remember.
Kind of reminds me how my mother used to be.
Not everyone changes for the better.
Yeah.
Some do. Some find out exactly who they should be.
You got a point there. Sorry, awkward silence. I imagine that they have these awkward pauses in between talking.
Yeah, probably.
Really fun.
After a while, she just kind of slowly just like leans against him and like rests her head on his shoulder because fucking girl has had a rough night.
Huge. But yeah, the rest of y'all's watch passes out, or Lord, passes in pretty solid. What
about the other peeps?
So
fuck.
There's that now familiar watercolor effect that drips over the screen. And as it comes back into focus, there's a deep wash of blues and blacks that kind of cover the scene, and then a little bit of brown comes in. And then there's a figure standing in a dark clothes, but not necessarily all black yet. It looks like, as we zoom in a little bit for the watercolors, it looks like an elf leaning over.
Get back here.
It looks like an elf leaning over the handrails of a ship, looking down into the dark water below. It's overcast overhead. It's a bit darker. It's a little bit later at night, but there's no stars out currently to kind of help guide everything. But you can see in the not too far distance the magic lighthouse that would generally denote the coastline. What you think is supposed to be like a monastery or something, like up on the coast, up a little bit further up on the coast, that's supposed to be taking care of that lighthouse. And the ship that you're on is currently trying to figure out where they're supposed to moor for the evening. So they've sent over a sending to the person who's in charge of the lighthouse and are waiting on a reply back. Hasn't come immediately, which is a little bit odd, but whatever. So while they're waiting on that, you, Flortma, are here. We don't yet see an ankh around your neck, which I think is a symbol of Anubis, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we don't yet see the ankh. We, like I said, you're in dark clothes, but it's more like because they're traveling clothes, not necessarily because they're specifically all black. And we also see with you is, sorry, remind me. Your family was your mom, dad, and a sibling, or
Nope, just mom and dad.
just mom and dad. So we see your parents, who your father looks like a much more regal, aristocratic version of you. He's got the, which it's hard to do, but he's got like the wings of silver at his temple because he's a little bit older. Your mom looks like the classic ageless elf, kind of Galadriel-esque, but with like chestnut brown hair as opposed to blonde. And both of them are sort of like on either side of you. You guys are looking out over it. You look excited. You look like you're ready to do something together. You know what I'm saying? This is an adventure. You guys are traveling. It's fun. It's new. You're coming here. The markings on your clothes denote that you're not actually from Gem Kingdom. It looks like you might be from one of the far southern reaches of Pendalin. So you've either actually traveled across Pendalin and are trying to go further through ship to get to Gem Kingdom, or you've sailed around Pendalin in an actual ship to get here. It's a merchant ship. It's laid down with a ton of different stuff for trade and everything like that, because that's one of the main reasons to go between the two continents. But you guys are there. You're ready. It's going to be great. You just have to get the damn ship moored so you can get off. And the seas are becoming a little bit rougher, which isn't necessarily great, but you're so close to shore, so it shouldn't be that big of a thing. But as you're trying to kind of get your bearings from a particularly rough wave, there's a moment of too much quiet, which shouldn't be possible on the high seas because there's always something happening on the high seas. But you turn to speak to your mother, and as you go to say the words, you intend to say them, but when you move your lips, you can feel the air going past your mouth, but no words come out. And you realize there's no sound anywhere around you. It's completely silent, much like a spell. And as you prepare to draw your sword and figure out what's happening, because this shouldn't be happening, there's a sudden surge of activity near the bow of the ship. A bunch of people who are dressed in a variety of robes and of other like tighter fitting clothing, carrying quarterstaffs, some spears, and a few that have what looks similar to like a nunchuck, swarm over the sides of the ship. Their bald heads gleaming in the sun, gleaming in what little light that there is, and they start attacking the crew, which includes, for all intents and purposes, your family. It's a scene of utter chaos, even more so because it is utterly silent. And not even in the way of like they're containing themselves, they're holding everything in. It's because it literally cannot make sound. There is nothing that can penetrate because somebody has had the forethought to cast silence on the ship. You literally cannot make a single sound. You draw your sword. It's your traveling sword. It's not necessarily made for like the deep, intense combat because you were planning to upgrade once you got to the better like areas of Gem Kingdom. It'll do for now. You draw your sword, you dive into the battle, you start hacking away at the people that are trying to attack the ship. You don't understand why. Sure, it's a merchant ship, but you were just trying to make land. You were just trying to get to the pearl place that they've all talked about that has like kingdoms and trade and stuff. And something apparently decided to go wrong. You are raising your sword up high. You are hacking, slashing, trying to do anything that you can. And you feel from the back behind you, somebody's either nunchuck or quarterstaff or whatever, just bam, right across the back of the head. You go sprawling across the deck and make me a con save real quick.
$15.
Okay. You don't go out. You're not unconscious. You are dazed, and as you kind of look up, you can see a couple of them kind of vying back and forth. You can actually see that several of them have ganged up on your dad. A couple of them are distracting him from one point, and then somebody behind him, and you try to shout, but again, you physically can't. There is no sound that escapes your lips. And from behind, you can see them just drive a spear directly through his heart, and you see the blood-tipped blade emerge from his chest. His face goes blank. He collapses. You see your mother. You see her scream. You can't hear it because she can't. She goes into a fury. She has twin blades because she's a duelist. She starts going into it, and she takes down several of these monks. Can they even call themselves monks at this point? She dives into them, just drives some of them back, manages to make her way a little closer to you, puts out her arm and helps you get to your feet. And you both do your best to start attacking. Go ahead and roll me a melee attack with advantage, just to see how well you do.
$23.
Okay. You managed to take out a pretty good swath of them. So you're going at it. It's so disconcerting because you can feel and you can smell all of the effects of battle. You can feel each jarring hit as it hits against your arm, your shield, your sword, every bit of you. You can feel it. You can smell the grit and the grime and the blood and the death, everything that surrounds you. But you can't hear a fucking thing. It is utterly silent. And that unnatural silence is getting to you. And you turn to try and make sure that your mother is okay, because you don't know until you can physically see it. And she's also turning at the same time to double check on you. And as she does so, an arrow comes in, just an errant one from the side, from a few people that are on the bow of the ship that are firing wildly. And as she turns to you, she sees that you're okay. She has a moment, almost has a chance to smile, and then you see an arrow just go directly into her back. And she reaches out towards you and then falls. And as you drop down, because I'm guessing at this point, it's just too much. There's so much happening. Why is it happening? What justice is there in a world that would let this happen? I'm guessing all that's going through your head and more.
Mm-hmm.
So you drop down and you feel this movement beneath you, and you feel this heat. And as you look, you see that coming up through the floorboards beneath you, and all of the monks have started abandoning ship. Coming up through the floorboards beneath you is this fireball. And you know, and you realize you're right above where the munition stores are. The gunpowder. You've got to go. You've got to get off. You've got to go. You just dive straight overboard, but right as you jump over that side, it blows behind you, and a burning cinder from the mast, from the floorboards, you don't fucking know. It slashes up across your back, and as you hit that salt water, it burns in a way that it should not burn, because it is literally burned. And that salt water just makes it worse and instantly cleans it, but it makes it a scar that you know cannot be removed. It's going to be there forever. So you struggle and sink a little, come back up, but the only thought that's keeping you going is that you have to see justice dealt. You have to make someone pay for whoever decided it was a good idea to attack a peaceful merchant ship in that way. Because the only thing that keeps you going through that pain and that anguish and that sorrow and the grief of losing everything in one fell swoop is that you are going to make sure someone pays. And the dream kind of fades a little bit, mostly because you were too at that point of the ocean. And you have a brief moment of remembering a nice kind of yellowish, whitish, like nice beige golden sand beach, and looking up and seeing a monastery. And you recognize the symbol on it from one of the things, from one of the necklaces that those sons of bitches were wearing. And it coalesces and it goes back and it fades out because your meditation's coming to an end. And you have the feeling that this isn't quite finished yet before you come back to yourself.
So I sit up, kind of cold sweat.
Yeah, you're back in the forest. You can see the forest around you.
Well, let's say I jerk awake.
Oh, yeah.
Cold sweat. And I just kind of reach over and touch that scar. And take a deep breath and say a prayer to Anubis. And just kind of stare off into the night.
You get a small sense of not necessarily calm, but of reassurance, because you know how that memory is going to end. It hasn't played out, but you know how it ends, and it gives you some small measure of satisfaction, if nothing else.
And out of character, that's how Anubis was much more direct.
Holy shit.
Fucking ninja assassins.
It's literally written in my notes as bald ninja pirate monks.
Well, ninja pirate monk. Yeah.
It all makes fucking sense now.
Yeah, he doesn't like the water.
Everything! Jesus Christ.
So
Now you see why he doesn't talk about the past?
he does not, because it fucking
Doesn't like water either. Doesn't like boats. Not a fan. Not a fan of boats.
Yeah, not a fan of boats.
Literally written in my notes, does not like boats. Like that is pencil is what I had before. The purple pen is what I have now. Okay, like all it had was communes or praise to Anubis. Does not like boats. That's all I had.
I'm gonna need to see that full sheet of Sierra's notes again when you get the chance. Just like message it to me.
So real quick, before I break your hearts again, let me go grab one more drink, and I will be right back to.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Sharing
run a
Christmas.
quick. We're gonna run a quick break, you guys. We'll be right back with more heartbreak.
We're about to take 5.
What the absolute fuck?
Holy fuck. Like
what?
I was not prepared in the slightest.
Nope.
I was always like, oh, it's the nice memory. Nope.
Nope. Nope.
All of this was like a lot. Sutha, I appreciate you and your happy memories.
Yep.
And Ben, who's walking away, how dare you twist my good memory?
Like, when it came to mine, I was like, oh, please be the good one, please be the good one. Fuck no. Decided to make me nearly cry and shake? No. Fuck that dice roll.
I have no idea what my other memory is. I was given 2 words, and that's it.
I'm very happy that this was mine for right now.
Yeah, we needed the good one. We needed a good one that stayed a good one throughout the entire thing.
Yeah.
This was my good one. This was my good one. And I still wanted to cry. I did, actually.
I technically don't have a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew this was going to be hard because it's his mom. But,
What the fuck?
And again, I reiterate, I am very glad that she did that one for me instead of my other one. Because...
Oh, but the next time we do a rest, it is gonna be the other one.
Yeah. We get both.
Zink's the only one who hasn't had shit yet.
Oh, shit.
He had 2 whole fucking shifts.
Ugh.
I don't think I'm ready for my other one.
All I got was a peacock beard.
I mean, my other one's okay. It's got Callie in it. But it's her first day on the ship for the Siren Song, so it's still rough.
That'll be interesting. That'll be interesting.
She's still blonde-haired, like, naive and everything. She's only 18 years old. She's a fucking baby.
This one is about Sutha's father.
Fucking ninja assassins.
Pirate ninja assassins.
Pirate monk ninja
assassins.
Just sitting here like, that's all I'm sitting here. The only thing was someone with the splutter's somebody mouthing, fucking ninja assassins. And I have to laugh at that because, you know, it's obviously tragic, but that's just like dope. That's badass.
Yeah.
All we need
Also,
now is fucking cyborgs, and then you know, ultimate combo.
Is everybody okay?
No.
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 There's also a very low number of people left.
Like, need some aftercare.
On a funny note, if I ever decide to multi-class, it's gonna be Druid, and I'm gonna go Brother Bear on you guys. It's gonna be
Yes.
Tell everybody I'm on my way.
Can I just say that a soother's way of saying, don't give me a bear, I will be a bear?
Yeah. You don't give me a bear, I'll be the bear.
Tell everybody I'm on my way.
You will regret this decision, because I will get a bear regardless. We're bearless.
Okay.
So, fun fact, so to make everything fit in nicely, I'm actually going to do 3 tonight, especially because these haven't taken quite as long as I thought that they would. So, next up,
Everybody gets a turn.
we have the wonderful wash of the watercolor, kind of smoothing everything back to black, and then it coalesces back into a lot of dark browns, dark blues, and blacks, studded with some stars overhead, with a lot of white flashed along the ground that looks like it might be snow. More white flecks are falling through the air from a cloud bank that's coming into view. And we see somebody painted in shades of red, with some black slashes along their back and along their head, coming forward, and their breath, every single exhalation is this misty cloud of white that then appears and disappears as quickly as it can be. The person is running, is panting, is trying to gain some of their breath back, something, and they are running as fast as they can down a mountain slope, it looks like, especially from the angle of it. The person is also gripping their right hand, which looks oddly curled, coiled, not quite deformed, but close to it, and is trying to hold that to their chest as they're still running. And I believe something is dangling from a chain on it, or did you not get that, Devotion?
Yes. He's like trying to keep something. There's a bit of a golden chain sort of dangling under his clenched fist.
Gotcha. So that is sending up a slightly different shade of red than what he is, and it's glinting in the reflected moonlight that is still coming in before the storm bank hits. After a little bit of time, he actually, his foot catches just a little bit wrong on a protruding rock, and he tumbles head over horns over heels, and skids a little down the slope. You can hear a couple of thuds as he hits a few extra bits of rock and root and bone, probably, who knows. And he eventually skids to a halt, and despite what he normally does, you can actually see his wings that had expanded a little bit to try and gain some balance, kind of askew as he's laying there panting, trying to get his breath. And in the memory, sort of denoted by a slightly reddish but deep blood reddish tint of sinuous curling, not music or anything like that, but just sinuous curling of lines in the air around his head that seem to be coming from that right hand. we can hear a sibilant voice that's saying, you know, it could be so much easier if you just accept my help. I have so much to offer after all.
No. Never.
And it's almost like for a moment your hand moves a little bit on its own. It's still clutching tightly to that chain, but it jerks out of its own volition away from your left hand and kind of points one finger and gestures to the snowscape around you, the utter isolation in which you find yourself. There's not a single man-made light for miles, and you're on a mountaintop, close to it at least. You can see further than most people get to see until they climb a mountain, honestly. You can see for literally dozens of miles. There's nothing unless you go back. The only things that you can see are over to the side, Mount Obsidian and Mount Glass, the only two active volcanoes, are giving off some of the light from the magma that kind of bubbles a little bit in their open mouths. That's it. There's a very faint glimmer on the far horizon that you're fairly certain might be Amethyst Halls. But at this point, given how tired, how malnourished, and how just defeated you feel, that may as well be on the moon. Because to get there in your state on foot, that's just impossible unless you accept a god's help. But if you do, oh, the rewards would be so wonderful. And as you're thinking this, you can see the threads of Loki's logic going through. You can see that he's just nudging little tiny bits at you. You can hear a wolf howling in the distance. It's a waxing moon, or sorry, it's a waning moon, so it'll soon be full dark at night with not even moon to guide your way. And you are days from anything resembling civilization unless you go back the way you came. And he said again, are you sure you want to undertake this by yourself? I mean, I can offer so much, even if it's just, and your hand feels a little bit warmer, almost not quite the same as it could be, but enough that you feel like maybe you could use it to light a fire, do something to give yourself some warmth. Even if it's just for the one night, we can do this. We can make a fire and you can regroup and try again in the morning. What do you say?
No. I let you in and you never leave. He taught me that much.
Have it your way then. And you feel that, and we see that presence snap out of existence. But when it does, you can feel your hand kind of lock into place around that chain. So nothing is going to separate that chain from you, but you can't unclench your hand. You can't do anything with your right hand. It is essentially useless. You're not sure for how long, but that's just how it is now. You can see the lights of Amethyst Halls in the distance, and honestly, several days walking with no actual destination in mind and very little supply seems far better than trying to go home. So you walk. And you walk. And you walk. The night passes into dawn. It is cold. It is miserable. Your shoes were ragtag at best when you were first starting, and now they're little more than scraps. You don't have a real cloak. You barely have like actual clothing to cover most of you because you weren't supposed to leave. And I don't think you have any kind of real weapon, correct?
No.
Yeah.
At this point, he doesn't even have the Black Fang.
Yeah. So it's just you in this nightmare of nothingness and isolation. There's a weird bit of wobbliness in the dreamscape as you're walking forward, and we kind of see a couple of days and nights pass, like beating down on you, where you're variously getting like kind of overheated and then nearly frozen, and repeating the cycle a few times. And every night round about dusk, like right as the sun is going down, there's that circle of deep, deep red that kind of coalesces around you, and your hand gets to move just a little bit. You get to flex your fingers, you get to stretch it out. And you again hear that voice saying, this would all be so much better if you would just let me help you. Would it really be so bad?
I've seen what you've done. I've seen what you can do.
If you say so. And then your hand will clench back into position. Round about the fourth day, you are hungry. Beyond hungry, honestly. You are cold. Thankfully, the snow has provided just enough like snow melt during the day that you can get water. So that's been something at least, but you are hungry, and it's hard to hunt essentially one-handed, especially with no weapons. Fourth day, you've denied Loki, and you've continued onward toward it. You can see a bit more of Amethyst Halls as you're going forward, just because of your position on the mountaintop. It'll be a little harder to keep your bearing on it once you actually reach the floor of the mountain range and like get onto the actual plains of it, but you feel confident you can find a road. But on that fourth night, that's when everything decides to go to hell, plainly speaking. As the night descends, and as you've refused him yet another time, and he's decided to revoke usability of your hand, you hear the wolf howls again, much closer than they were supposed to be. They had been moving further away from you, but you're wondering if maybe someone has pushed them to come closer instead. Maybe to sweeten the pot for his potential offer. Can't prove it though. Kind of hard to do that with gods. You hear them coming closer, and you can hear that they are just as hungry as you are. And you have nothing. You don't even have the use of your dominant hand to defend yourself. Make me a perception check.
Actually clenching my hand. I miss it, okay? That's a 9.
Gotcha. You don't really see anything nearby that can help you. Like maybe a rock, but well, it's a little hard to wield a rock in a hand that you aren't used to using in that way. So that's all you got though. So you pick up the rock It's about the size of your fist. But it's better than nothing, right? And again, despite the fact that he normally doesn't contact you twice in one night, but again, you hear that whisper of, "Ooh, sounds like they're getting closer. Are you sure?"
Can't.
Well, I suppose they won't eat the ruby, will they? I don't know. What do you think? Do wolves eat gems?
If they kill me, you don't get it back.
I'm sure some strapping adventurer will come across it this way at some point. And you're just not being any fun, really. Would it really be so bad to work with me just for a little while?
He looks down at his clenched hand. There's no strength in his arms, no strength in his legs. He's starving. I can't let anyone else bear this thing. One time. Give me a sword. That's it. Just a weapon.
Well, I suppose. And as he's deliberating, deciding, you're not really fucking sure. There's a sudden flash, and in your hand, you can actually feel in your right hand some grip returning, and a blade forms. That's obsidian and a little bit of onyx here and there. And it coalesces into being, and you feel almost like something constricts around your hand before letting go, sort of somewhat like a snake, maybe, or potentially even like a wolf, like the jaws of a wolf, kind of clamping down and then letting go. You owe me. And then it's gone. And right as he disappears, that's when a whole fucking pack of wolves just flood over a ridge, and they are gunning for you. You can tell from the way that they are just a little too skinny because it's winter. You're up high. They haven't eaten in days, just like you, but there are a lot of them. And there's only one of you, but hey, you're food. And they are going for blood. So roll me a melee attack with advantage to see how well this goes.
There it is. Which? 16, 7, 23.
Okay. So with the regained use of your right arm that you can finally feel and use, and it's yours again, despite that cost that you're going to have to pay at some point, your blade is singing through the air. It is slicing through things. It is cutting in. It is going to town, and it is driving them back. As much as possible, though, you understand that these are not, they're not trying to go after you out of any sense of malice. It's just out of desperation. So even knowing that you're not necessarily trying to cut all of them down just because you can, it's more just do as little damage as you can to send your message and make them leave. And you manage to send that message pretty effectively. You really only have to cut down one before the others, with a few injuries, get the picture. And as they retreat, you can see that another wolf is standing there, a very, very dark wolf with eyes that are glowing gold, and something in their fur that kind of looks like a symbol. And it looks from you to the blade back at you, and you can almost feel like it's reading you, your soul, your mind. You're not really sure, but you feel like it's reading you. And you hear this deep voice in your head. Your reluctance has proven you well. Consult with me at a nearby temple, and we shall discuss an arrangement to free you from the silver-tongued one.
Your temple? Who are you?
The wolf kind of makes this little sound and kind of points his nose down at the symbol that you can see blazing in his fur, which I can't remember what the symbol is, I'm sorry. But
it's an upward pointing arrow.
That one. And he says, look for my temples and you shall know. Consider it a test. And between one blink at the next, it's gone. There's not even an indent in the snow to indicate that it was ever there. And you can hear Loki in your head, and he's saying, don't listen to him. You've got me now. I'm all you'll ever need, and I will take care of you. But something about it rings false, and as you make your way to Amethyst Halls, you know where you're going to stop first. And the dream dissipates a little bit, smooths everything back over, and like I said, coalesces again into a different dreamscape for someone else. And we see a foreign land that no one else here, except for maybe Flortma, has actually seen. It has a lot more scrubby brush. It has much steeper mountain ranges that are much more common in it. And it has a lot more sweeping plain regions that have a much hardier flora that grows there than anything else. A small hut is set in the center of a field, and there are no other huts anywhere nearby. Not even the smoke trail of one. This one is utterly isolated. We see a woman of some kind in a garden tending it. Looks like she might be picking some vegetables or something like that. And we see a small half-elf girl, her tiny ears pointed beneath her long silverish hair, and whose bright silver eyes are looking around with full vision as she runs between a couple of different places within the small garden that she's calling her own, with a tiny pail full of water. And we hear a little melody start playing up that's all too familiar, because it's one that Isla has sang to the group as a whole before. And the watercolor effects kind of zoom in on Isla. She's perfectly happy and content with her pail of water and her little tiny herb garden. A couple of the herbs are a really bright purple color that we've come to recognize because it shows up with her later in life. But for now, they're just looking as pretty as can be here. She's humming a little tune and planting a few things, and some of the flowers seem to get a little bit more upright, and seem just a little bit happier at the attention that she's paying them, which is honestly pretty wonderful. But as she's going back to the well to refill her bucket, she refills it, which is fine. But as she turns to return to her herb garden, she runs right into her mother, which we all recognized from the episode that we've had before. She looks a bit younger in this one, still just as regal, still very much an elf. There's maybe a few less strands of gray as opposed to the silver in her hair. Her dark eyes are just burning already, which is odd. And we see Isla just automatically tense up as all of the water that was in her pail slops all over her mother, just completely coating her dress and soaking it through. Her mother drops the basket of vegetables that she had just picked from the garden, and the extra dirt from them splashes mud up on both of them. And she throws down the basket and looks at Isla very severely and says, "You stupid girl, what have I told you? You need to be more careful about what you're doing, where you're going. You'd almost think that you were blind with how you can't see anything." And she goes off on a tirade that I'm not going to vocalize, but she is just screaming and she's yelling at Isla to pick up the vegetables, but then she doesn't do it right. And at one point, we actually see her raise back her hand as though she's going to strike, while Isla is kneeling trying to pick up the vegetables. And from off screen, there's a sudden deep rumbling growl. And we hear a very sharp, very sudden bark, not from a dog, but from a full-sized wolf that charges in from the side and just collides with her mother, like in the side, sends her sprawling, and plants itself directly in front of Isla. It's a pale wolf. It has an almost purplish tinge to a lot of its almost like a mane for its head. It has very, very pale gray eyes, with additional spikes of purple fur out around from those. And it is full on defensive mode, planting itself in front of Isla, growling fiercely at Regina, who is now back on her back, on her hands, going, "Easy now, easy." And the wolf is growling, snarling, everything like that until her mother backs off a little bit. Isla, what did you do when the wolf appeared?
Very scared at first because it came out of nowhere. But as soon as the wolf comes in and defends her, Isla looks at the wolf and then at her mother and goes, Why are you protecting me?"
The wolf
kind of reaches out a hand, like a very shaky hand towards the wolf.
The wolf snarls again at Regina and then kind of turns a little bit so he can have one eye on you and one eye on her. And when it looks at you, you can see the tension kind of settle back, and it actually kind of kneels down a little bit and puts its shoulder out to you so you can more easily touch it, and helps draw you to your feet when it stands back up. And it doesn't say anything, but you get a sense that it has a feeling of importance and protection to it, but you don't know specifically why. You don't see a collar or anything on it, so he maybe must be a wild wolf, but you've also never seen a wolf with this kind of coloration before. But he looks as though he's actually intelligent, as though he actually knows what he's doing. So he looks at you and actually sits back a little so that he's on his haunches. He's clearly taller than you because he's an actual wolf and they're fucking enormous.
And Isla's like 8,
a small
9, a small bean.
So, and he looks over at your mother and snarls again, and she scoots a little bit further back, not liking this, and looks back at you and kind of, he looks a little bit, he looks at your head and he looks at your neck, chest, and kind of like looks, like kind of cocks his head as though he's a bit confused, but sniffs around you a few times and then nods his head very decisively as though he's decided something, and kind of gives a little yip of something, and he kind of nuzzles at your right wrist, which had nothing on it before this point, but once he sort of pokes at it and licks at it a little bit until you kind of bring it up, you can almost see this faint silver circle that hadn't been there before. That's there now.
Okay.
But yeah, honestly, it's potentially something that Isla's forgotten about because she physically can't see that. But in this dream, you have full visual recall of everything. So now you remember that that's something that exists on your skin, apparently. And the wolf kind of noses at that a little bit and then uses one of his paws to very gently uses his chin to kind of pat against the top of your head. And then like kind of looks at you like, okay.
Like runs her hand like through the fur.
Wagging tail, actually, because wolves do that too.
You're a good boy.
He barks. Yeah, no, they bark. And he looks back over at your mother and like actually makes eye contact with her. And she looks like she wants to say something, but she doesn't in this moment. And he looks back at you and kind of gives you another little like brush, and then makes a pattern of two short yips and one long one. And he does that until you repeat it back. And once you do, he nods sort of again. And then kind of walks back toward the forest, but every once in a while he kind of looks back and you can tell he's glaring at your mother, who doesn't do shit.
Yeah, she watches the wolf leave and very confused, like looks back and forth between the wolf and her mother and just watches the wolf leave and under her breath just goes, Cassie.
You hear a very resounding howl when you say the name.
Yep. And she brushes off her clothes and says it again, like says it to herself, like, yeah, I think that fits.
Good shit. Alrighty. So yeah. And the dream ends with your mother scooping up the vegetables on her own and making a big show about how she'll just wash them because she does everything around here and she can't expect you to be able to do anything. Something like that. But despite everything that she's saying, the memory of whatever the fuck just happened kind of helps you to weather that, at least for a little while. And then the dreamscape kind of fades back out and goes back to normal as you're waking up at the end of third shift and while you guys are getting ready for the next day. So yeah.
My hair's gone, bitch.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
You okay, Bean?
Also, I threw in a couple of extra details to tie in with what we were talking about. So
This is awesome. It's great. I'm kind of glad it was this one and not the other.
Oh no.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
did I say y'all were done?
Oh fuck. Oh no.
This is only night one.
No, I know. Oh god.
When Devotion wakes up, he's already looked down. He's already instinctively gripping his hand, just out of instinct. So taking deep breaths, running his hand over the runes that are kind of embedded. He kind of opens his hand, kind of palms over runes that are embedded into his palm, and a large circular scar right in the center of his palm. And just kind of eyeing around him to make sure no one sees before sliding back on his gauntlet.
I think, like, towards the end of their shift, after, like, Darren and Sierra had, like, talked a little bit to, like, jolt themselves out of their nightmares and stuff, she might have accidentally fallen asleep on his shoulder.
No, Bean.
When Isla wakes up, she's gonna, like, sit up with purpose and be like, oh shit, basically. You said the circle was on her wrist?
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's gonna trace her fingers over her wrist.
So now that you
just to be like, oh crap, I forgot
Like,
about that.
Is that there?
Yeah, it's like, wait, what? Wait.
So in that way that, like, you know how you're like, yeah, I know everything, but then occasionally, this might just be me though, but occasionally you find like something you're like, where the fuck did that come from?
Yeah.
I've had that happen at least a few times with various scars. You run your fingertips over it, and now that you're actively looking, you can feel that there is a slight circular something that almost feels like it has a couple of little spikies at the top. You're not sure what the fuck it's supposed to be, but yeah, there's something there. How did
Might be super tired. Did Zink get a story?
Nope.
He did not. For other things. Zink might be one of the ones that gets 2 in one night.
Whoa.
No, I'm sitting here and I'm like,
He escaped this time.
This
It was the peacock beard.
He escaped by taking third watch when he would have had the most optimal time to be picked.
Yeah.
Strategic. Like, well, I didn't get the first 2 stones, and third, aha. Of course, if he had his dream in the top of a tree and was jolted,
oh no!
Why wouldn't it gone too well? He would have landed on someone's head.
Good morning, I guess.
Sierra's still kind of like asleep on Darren's shoulder.
Devotion, can you help me? Stands up.
He put on his gauntlets a little quicker. What is it?
This.
an arm. He will look at her arm. Kind of hold it out. Kind of hold it there.
What am I looking
Eyes.
for?
Okay.
But yeah. Sorry. Do you tell him what you're trying to double check on, or what?
Yeah,
What am I
just a
looking
second. I'm letting him look at it first.
Okay.
Like.
It is a pale arm. There's a few like moles and freckles in places, but you don't see anything on first glance that really pops out at you as weird.
What am I looking for? I mean, I'm an authority on weird arms, but what exactly am I looking for?
There should be a symbol, a circle or something.
Where?
I can feel it, like right here.
So now make me a perception check. With advantage now that she's pointed out what you're looking for.
Yeah. My eyes have been open for all of 5 minutes. Look at this.
Also, it's magic bullshit. I don't fucking know.
It's magic bullshit.
Damn it.
I make
That's
rules.
my die. I can't. I don't know where it went. I gotta think of the die. Out of my dice skull. That's a slutty 20. That's
Woo.
3.
So with that, once she's pointed it out, it's almost like it appears in your vision kind of like magic. Who fucking knows? And you take a closer look at it. It's definitely the silvery color of like a scar that's been long healed. Like, you know, scars that you get as a child are basically clouded in silver now. You know, they heal flat, they heal tight, and it's silvery colored and it's great. This one though, it's odd because you've not seen that specific shape of a scar because most things don't fucking do that. But this one kind of looks like this. Almost like a crown, which is fucking weird.
She's a long lost princess.
I swear to God.
That'd be
Yeah,
great.
it's
You
weird.
are Rapunzel.
Swear to God,
weird.
I'm gonna lose my shit.
It's definitely weird. You're wondering if there might be a magic component to it because you literally didn't see anything because there wasn't anything to see until she pointed it out. So you have.
Yeah, I'm using the Eyes of the Runekeeper, I believe it is.
Which is right.
It allows me to use detect magic without expending a spell slot. I can cast it. Is it the exact thing? Where are you, you little bitch? Oh, it's Eldritch Sight. You can cast detect magic at will without expending a spell slot.
There's a very, very like the lowest possible magic level that something can be and still be magic to this. But it doesn't seem to, it's not illusion, it's not necessarily enchantment or anything like that. It just seems to be some kind of heritage magic, like maybe something similar to like whatever the fuck spawns a sorcerer or some shit. But it itself is not magical and doesn't imbue any kind of magical properties to anything. It just appeared because of some kind of magic trigger. But it doesn't have any negative connotations. It's not going to interfere with anything she does magically. And it's not harmful, as far as you can tell. So it's there now. Fucked if you know why.
It looks like a crown. It kind of traces it and then follows the spikes with his finger. There's magic in it. Nothing harmful. Nothing. It's not a tracking spell or divination. He kind of looks towards kind of looks around, doesn't see Zinc, instinctively looks up. It's similar to what I see when I look at Zinc. It's tied to you as a person, or your family, your parents, perhaps, or further back. But this is called heritage magic. It's unique and inherited. It seems to be some sort of silver crown shape. That's all I can tell. And it wasn't, when I first looked, I didn't see it. But it's there now. I didn't notice this any before.
Strange. Cassio gave this to me.
Cassio. Is that name translate into any of the 6 or 7 languages that I speak?
Nah, it seems to be just a name.
It's just the
honestly.
name.
Yeah.
It's just a name.
I just want to check.
No, it's fair.
It's
it
a
doesn't
K.
necessarily. Yeah, KAF.
KAFZIEL.
Yeah.
Caffziel.
It's just a name that she thought suited him.
Was that someone you knew?
No, it was the wolf. I saw a wolf before this, and he protected me. He went against my mother, and he I don't know exactly what he did, but I pet him, and he nodded to me, and he sniffed my arm, and the next thing I knew, I had the symbol.
Was there anything odd about this wolf? I mean, a wolf defending someone out of nowhere. I've had my run-ins with wolves, and only one was ever particularly nice to me. So maybe we walked several weeks through the woods, but didn't kill me. But
you can hear Loki kind of in the back of your mind, like, not one of mine.
Kind of scratches his head. I kind of look back there.
It was a silver wolf, but it had like purple in its fur, and it was strong, and it looked at me, and he looked at me, and I could swear it stared into my soul.
Silver and purple. He kind of
it was like sentient almost. Like it knew what was going on.
He sort of takes his hand, then takes her hand and sort of touches it to her hair. This color.
Yeah, or at least
your hair.
I can only guess.
Yes, your hair is silver. The ends are purple. I don't know how far back I can remember. Has it always been that color?
My hair is naturally silver. I just recently did this with the purple.
That is, I imagine that is no coincidence.
I don't know.
When was the last time you saw this wolf?
Years ago. That was one of the last times that I saw him before.
You had seen him in passing, but he never approached before this.
No. He would slink, in the woods and stuff. I'd occasionally see him, not often at all, just briefly. But in that particular case, he came and came to protect me.
Where was this? Was it here in the Gem Kingdom?
Back at home.
There have been many a strange wolf here, but given the gods that reside here, that's no strange thing. But I'm unfamiliar with wherever your homeland is.
I can't tell you. I have no idea where.
And that you found your way to the Gem Kingdom somehow.
Stumbling. Running. Blindly. Anywhere that I could get. I just happened upon here. I can't even tell you where my home was. My mother didn't tell me where we were. It was in complete isolation. There was nobody else. I only left just recently, and I've been blind for a decade.
Wow.
Just curious, why this? What is this?
Can I roll what would I roll to see if I any fucking idea what this symbol looks like or is reminiscent
Anything,
of?
it might be history, but honestly, for literally anybody, except maybe Flortma, it'd be made at a disadvantage.
Okay. Well, it's still a +7, so I'm gonna try.
Fine. Also, Isla, one other.
Yeah.
Isla, one other detail. Shortly after you were blinded, you do remember that you guys. I'm just gonna insert this into your thing. You do remember that you guys moved just because it became colder for more of the year.
Mm.
So, but you still don't have any fucking clue where that was.
No clue where that was.
Couldn't see, and she didn't tell you.
Nope.
So, but you always stayed to very, very isolated places. And after you moved, it took a while longer for Castiel to find you again, but he did find you and visit like once or twice after you did move. Just FYI.
I'm glad I picked my Elven dice.
Did not make it there. That one time.
That is 14 plus 7. That is 21.
You have no clue. It's not related to a deity. It isn't related to, as far as you know, anything that has to do with Gem Kingdom. So it might be a Pindalin thing, because you know that's where she's technically from. But you have not a fucking clue. I'm sorry. It's a high DC.
It's a 21. Like, that's still like.
I'm really sorry. The DC is literally like a 25.
Woof.
I don't. Yeah, disadvantage. I won't think I would have been able to do it. They kind of.
It was a valiant effort.
Yes, they kind of looks at it. Doesn't look like any sign I've seen. It's certainly not from here. Yeah, Flortma might know better. I think you and him might come from the same country. Your elven kind seemed more. What was it called again?
Pindalin?
Was it?
Pindalin.
Oh yeah, the other continent is Pindalin. I'll spell it later.
Yeah. There is another continent, Tindalin. It's a much different place than this. Perhaps that is where you're from. I would imagine some elven kind that come from there. Those I've met on travel say that they are originally from there, so who knows? But perhaps he may know more than I, but all I can tell you is that either this wolf, this far too early to remember names, this wolf,
Castiel.
yes, he's connected to you somehow. How, I can't begin to imagine, but this mark, though you cannot see it, it is important, I think. It's connected to you somehow. So, who's to say? But perhaps Florma may have more answers about your homeland.
Thank you.
I rolled a 1.
Well, no,
Nope.
we're not rolling with advantage. Well, will be rolling without disadvantage because you're from there. That depends. That's on Ben.
So I know it's getting late. I'm assuming
Yeah.
people are getting ready to potentially call it a night. Okay. So we're gonna do the last thing of the night, which is as you guys are setting up the camp for prepping to leave. There we go. So as you guys are putting everything together, Zinc, you feel a sudden intensity in the vibration of your attunement fork. Because, like I said, until now it's been mostly consistent. There's been like a little bit of waxing and waning, but it's still been pretty consistent and in the general direction that you guys have been going. So you've been pretty content to just continue along because it seems to be working. There's a sudden spike of activity from it, and it suddenly seems like it's coming from very close by, like within maybe a few hundred feet. Since you were ending third watch, you had flown up to that upper tree branch to kind of get a look around. As you look toward the direction that it's indicating, which is vaguely in the same area as you thought you maybe saw some smoke last night, you see something impossible. You see what looks like a tiny centaur foal with wings flit between a couple of trees. And as it's going, you can see a glint of something around its neck or in its hand. You can't tell from this distance, but it feels like that vibration is following where that child is going. And then she sees you. You're guessing because her wings flare out and you see that blue jay kind of striations on them. And then she darts down into the woods, into the forest where you can't see her anymore. And you feel that ping starting to fade a little as she's apparently leaving. And that's where we're going to end.
Mega Centaur.
Man, you're gonna have to fight a fucking child.
Yeah, Zink's gonna climb out of this tree and go, find that fucking child! And like dart off. He'll be like,
I found the bird. It's a child. It moves.
Devotion, Drax. I found the kid. I gotta go.
Wait, what? Oh no.
We're just chasing after him.
Did you guys have fun?
Yes.
Yes.
I quite enjoyed our emotional devastation.
Y'all don't even get a chance. Y'all don't even get a chance to react to my hair yet. We're gonna have to fight a fucking child.
Yeah.
We will do the morning role play because Zing's gonna have to get down from there. But we'll do the morning role play when we come back.
Yes.
The question is, when are we playing again?
I was about to ask, do you guys want to / can you play next Friday?
I have to check with my schedule. They're still being weird about like how we're supposed to be working. So we will hopefully have a set schedule tomorrow and I can let you know then.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Also, so Leo's loud as fuck. He is sleeping on the chute. Okay, see that door? The door with all the coats on it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Right next to that door is where we put our shoes because it makes sense. Leo is sleeping on top of said shoes and snoring. I hear it from here.
Cutie.
So.
Oh.
Alright. Well, I think we're gonna log off of Twitch for the night, guys. We will update you all when our next game is gonna be. Possibly next week. If not, shoot for 2 weeks. Thank you all for joining us tonight. And is it Friday yet? See you all in the next game. Mwah! Bye. And